Chapter 73. The art is forged into a sword, but thousands of chariots cannot stop it. Escape and change your name, eat the wind and dew in the mountains. The white figure immediately moved dozens of feet along the streets. As he sang, a sword light danced around him like water. The Changling guards along the way did not even have the power to fight back. They were sent flying upon contact and fell into the eaves on the sides. Hearing the song and seeing the invincible sword light, Qin Xian could not help but tremble. He did not even have the courage to pull out the long sword from the yellow bamboo tube. He could only shout in his heart, "Bai Shanshui. It really is Bai Shanshui." The man who looked like a carriage driver casually grabbed an empty carriage. He held a sword in one hand and drove the carriage with the other. He followed behind the white figure. In a few breaths, he passed by Qin Xian and passed through the long alley. The rumbling of war chariots could be heard not far away. Dozens of Tiger Wolf Army SEAL chariots charged out of the flat streets and surrounded the carriage that was charging towards the outskirts of Changling. The country is destroyed, the mountains and rivers are mourned. The subjects are responsible. While we are lowly, we will not hesitate. Today, we will fight Changling, and in the future, we will kill the king of Qin, and sacrifice the soul of our country. However, the rebellious song that carried an indescribable arrogance continued to sound. Like countless ferocious beasts, the formation chariots were not a match for it. The heavy chariots flew out from the sides like rice that had been thrown up by farmers and smashed into the houses on the sides. The thunderous sound of the landing continued to reverberate, and long smoke rose from all directions. The white figure surrounded by the flowing sword light seemed to enter uninhabited land. Like a prehistoric beast passing through Changling, he charged towards the shores of the Wei River. More troops had not arrived yet. A dozen Divinity Bureau officials had just arrived at the Zhejiang Commandery Meeting Hall. Among them, the Vice Bureau Chief of the Divinity Bureau, Qi Beihuai, saw the Changling Guard Commandant sitting dispiritedly on the ground. Then he saw the pillars of smoke that shot into the sky like dragons. Hearing the shouts in the streets and alleys, and the unstoppable song, he immediately realized what had happened. His face paled. He shouted almost hysterically, "Why is the Changling Guard here? Why is the Changling Guard here?" The Changling Guard Commandant sitting on the ground heard Qi Beihuai's roar. He struggled to lift his head, blood dripping down his lips. However, he did not answer Qi Beihuai's question. Instead, he repeated softly like a puppet, "Bai Shanshui. Why is Bai Shanshui here?" In the alleys of Changling, as Bai Shanshui was carving out a path to the Wei River, He Zhaoxi and Ding Ning were still fighting in the Sword Trial Valley. Ding Ning slowly stood up from the dried leaves on the ground. Blood dripped from his lips, but he still slowly raised the last flower remnant sword. Still not admitting defeat. Do you have to injure yourself to the point where you won't be able to cultivate for the next 1 or 2 months before you give up? Xie Changsheng shouted angrily. Why are you still holding up your sword? Don't tell me you want to rely on this broken sword to fight your way out. Across from Ding Ning, He Zhaoxi had the same thought. He looked at Ding Ning and couldn't help but say softly, "You still want to fight?" At the side, Nangong Tsaishu could no longer control her emotions. She wanted to stop Ding Ning from fighting. Yet, Ding Ning seemed to sense her emotions. He first turned to look at her and shook his head. Then he looked at He Zhaoxi. "I am familiar with your sword moves, so I only need to take this next blow. One blow to decide victory." Did he still have the confidence to win? He Zhaoxi's brow unconsciously furrowed. However, he felt that Ding Ning did not seem to be lying. So he prepared to use the safest method to deal with Ding Ning's blow. It is important for people to know their own limits. If you do not know your own limits, you will lose very badly, Ku Shichuan said coolly. He was very pleased. Especially when even Xie Changsheng and the others who had been at odds with him could not help but scold Ding Ning. He felt even more pleased. No one responded to him because Ding Ning had started to move again. At the edge of the viewing platform, Shui Wangshu, who was sitting on a rattan chair with narrowed eyes, murmured softly to himself. "What are you selling?" As he muttered, he put his hands on his knees. Because of He Zhaoxi and Ding Ning's stances, he inexplicably felt that something was about to happen. His white beard was already sparse. If he bent it too much, he would look too ugly. He Zhaoshi's expression turned solemn as he started to move. His body once again faced Ding Ning in a straight line. The yellow long sword in his hand swung quickly, and then turned horizontally to form an arc in the air. This was the purest method of suppressing with power. The area the sword swept covered every possible direction Ding Ning could dodge, and forced Ding Ning to block this sword. This was the safest method of fighting, forcing the battle to be extremely simple. When this sword came out, most people on the viewing platform thought that Ding Ning could not block this sword. In the previous exchanges, Ding Ning had been sent flying by this simple but exceptionally effective slap. He had been unable to fight back. Ding Ning was still forced to use his sword to block like before. Yet, to everyone's surprise, this time was different. As he swung the remnant sword in his right hand, and countless small white flowers bloomed in the air, his left hand crushed a piece of wax. A yellow pill the size of a longan flew into his mouth and he swallowed it. He Zhaoshi was the first to have a strange feeling. This moment was too fast. This strange feeling did not come from the pill, but from Ding Ning's sword. Ding Ning's sword seemed to be no different from the previous times. Yet, Ding Ning's body seemed to have forced itself forward, and seemed to be about to collide with his long sword. He did not have time to think. Dang! An explosive sound rang out. A wave of shock rose in his heart. Ding Ning's sword was almost at the tip of his sword. In the previous exchanges, Ding Ning's sword had hit the middle of his long sword. But this time, Ding Ning had charged forward and hit the tip of his sword. This change caused him to feel that he could not exert any power. He also felt that he was not holding a sword, but a lever. Ding Ning's figure seemed to be pried up by his power. He flashed up and got closer to him. Boom! At this time, he seemed to hear a wild medicinal power spread through Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning gave a muffled grunt. His body clearly exploded with more power. The remnant sword in his hand gave off more white flowers and cut towards He Zhaoshi's waist. He Zhaoshi's pupils contracted violently, and his breathing stopped completely. He pulled back his sword. Yet, his sword was very long. In this close proximity, his long sword was not as nimble as Ding Ning's short sword. In this moment, he only had time to use his sword hilt to knock Ding Ning's blade. The incomparably fierce slash suddenly turned into a clump of scattered dark green weeds. The tip of the sword spun in the air, creating a patch of sword shadows that cut towards He Zhaoshi's fingers. He Zhaoshi's mind was filled with disbelief. Yet, he had no choice. He released his fingers and dodged to the side. The withered yellow long sword suddenly lost its master's grip and fell in the air. Ding Ning's dark green remnant sword flicked upwards. This withered yellow flying sword sped up and flew towards the vine forest behind him. He Zhaoshi looked at the withered yellow long sword that landed in the distant forest, and then at the inky green remnant sword blooming with white flowers. He Zhaoshi paused. His eyes flashed with even more shock. Pill sword path? A wave of yellow medicinal energy was still roiling under Ding Ning's skin. Holding the remnant sword, Ding Ning's clothes were ragged, but he looked stronger and more powerful than ever before. Ding Ning saw that He Zhaoshi did not want to fight, so he did not pursue. He nodded at He Zhaoshi and said softly, "Nangong Tsaishu gave me this pill before the trial. I have not cultivated the pill sword path. I just received a pill from someone and fought with my life to protect her. Ding Ning, you are a friend worth making. You are a true genius." He Zhaoshi's eyes were filled with bitterness and unwillingness, but true respect appeared on his face. He bowed slightly to Ding Ning and said, "I have lost." You ate that yellow court gold pill at this time?" Nangong Tsaishu's shocked voice sounded. The change in this moment was so fast and precise that even she only reacted now. What is going on? Ding Ning ate a pill? He Zhaoshi lost. After she spoke in shock, the viewing platform was in an uproar. The loudest exclamations since the start of the sword trial festival sounded. Duanmu Lian froze. Di Qingmei's face was ashen. Ku Shichuan's disdain froze on his face for a long time. What pill is this that is so powerful? Shui Wangshu did not tear off his beard, but his hands almost tore apart his robes. The expression in his eyes was complicated. Ding Ning had given him a great surprise. Other than the fact that when the pill entered his mouth, he was like a swordsman who cultivated the pill path. Even his sword moves had completely defeated He Zhaoxi. Ding Ning had appeared to be fighting hard, but he had been grasping He Zhaoxi's sword moves and thinking carefully about how to defeat them. If people had doubted Ding Ning's talent before, starting from this battle, everyone would realize that Ding Ning possessed astounding talent in many areas. But the greater one's talent, the more they could not be squandered. He was very worried that this powerful pill of unknown origin would bring unfavorable consequences to Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng gaped again, unable to speak for a long time. How admirable! It wasn't until Shu Hashan, who was beside him, said such a sentence that he completely came back to his senses. Thank you. Xie Changsheng felt slightly ashamed, but he also thanked Ku Shichuan seriously. Ku Shichuan looked in shock at him, not knowing why he was thanking him. Every time you openly talk about how he can't do it, he will have a surprising performance, so I thank you. Xie Changsheng looked at him and explained, so you can talk more about how he can't do it. Ku Shichuan's expression suddenly turned ashen. Do not mess around. Childish. Xie Ru shouted sternly. She looked as if she wanted to slap Xie Changsheng, but at this moment, there was an indescribable joy flowing between her brows. It is not time to be happy. But at this time, Shu Hashan's grave voice sounded. Su Qin. Xie Changsheng suddenly turned his head and his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 74. There was no time to rejoice. Or rather, Ding Ning himself did not feel much joy because his eyes were calm. He seemed to sense something and looked towards the forest behind He Zhaoxi. The pale green mist, which had calmed down, suddenly began to twist and turn. Su Qin's tall and handsome figure slowly emerged from the mist. Spectacular, truly spectacular. He smiled as he looked at Nangong Tsaishu and He Zhaoxi, who had ugly expressions. He clapped his hands and praised. This battle was spectacular, but the most spectacular is the result. No one would have thought that the strongest of Green Vine Sword Academy, He Zhaoxi, would lose to a junior sect brother of White Goat Cave who had just entered the sect. He Zhaoxi turned around and looked straight at Su Qin. He said, if I had known this, I would have fought you first. Such a pity. Su Qin smiled unconcernedly and said, I also feel some regret. I had thought that the one fighting you here would be Zhong Yi. This way, I could take care of the last threat in one go. When she saw his gaze when he walked out, Nangong Tsaishu knew that Su Qin did not have good intentions towards Ding Ning. Hearing Su Qin's words, she could not help but say coldly, is it the conduct of a gentleman to try to take advantage of another's weakness? Su Qin glanced at her and said coolly, a gentleman is good at making use of material things. Those who are good at fighting will use the situation to their advantage. To attack when the enemy is at their peak is a brute. I know I have not studied as much as you, Nangong Tsaishu said angrily. But this is not a battle between cultivators of enemy countries, but a trial between members of the same sect. Since we are not on the same page, there is no need to waste words, Ding Ning said calmly. Su Qin had wanted to argue with Nangong Tsaishu but was stopped by Ding Ning's words. He was not angry and smiled slightly. He looked at Ding Ning. In reality, I admire your personality. But it is a pity that we were on different sides when we entered the sect. So each time we see each other, we dislike each other. Ding Ning also smiled slightly and said, senior sect brother is not hypocritical. Su Qin's smile faded. He said, using the enemy's vital energy to use the power of pills, you are good at making use of material things. But I do not know if you have the confidence to try my sword now. What are you saying? Disciples of the same sect should support each other. White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy are one, but even in the same cultivation place, whether in the same year or not, there are differences between those who often cultivate together and those who do not. In a trial like this, you should first deal with the other Green Vine Sword Academy disciples. How can you deal with little sect brother first? At this time, someone suddenly spoke urgently in the mist nearby. Along with this urgent voice, a figure rushed over in a hurry. Su Qin's gaze suddenly turned cold, so cold it seemed like ice would form in his eyes. The smile on Ding Ning's face did not change. He nodded to the figure rushing over and said, "Eldest senior brother, why are you here?" On the viewing platform, Xie Changsheng sighed in relief. No matter how he looked at it, Zhongyi did not look like he wanted to make trouble for Ding Ning. Beside him, Xu Hashan also relaxed slightly, but his expression was still serious. While He Zhaoxi, Nangong Caishu, and Ding Ning had fought for a long time in this place, the formations here were soundproof. The fact that Su Qin and Zhong Yi could come in succession meant that He Zhaoxi's power was astounding and the commotion was too great. The other White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy students did not come because they felt they could not match and hid further away. Even he felt it was a pity that He Zhaoxi had lost here and could not win in the end. But from another perspective, it showed how difficult it would be for Ding Ning to win against He Zhaoxi. Zhong Yi glanced at Ding Ning's ragged clothes and blood-stained appearance. He was immediately apologetic and said in self-reproach and shock, "I had not expected little sect brother to be a step slower. How come Su Qin's words make it sound like you won?" Ding Ning coughed softly and said, "I came to take advantage. If it was a fair fight outside, it would not be certain." He Zhaoxi frowned when he heard this. He said seriously, "I did not take advantage. You won, I accept my loss." Su Qin's expression grew colder. He looked at Zhong Yi and slowly said, "He Zhaoxi has lost. If we can take care of these two, you and I will be the top two in this sword trial festival." "You really want to protect them?" Zhong Yi looked strangely at him and said matter-of-factly, "How can a temporary victory be more important than friendship?" Su Qin sneered. "What if I do not want to listen to you and want to steal their tokens?" Zhong Yi said seriously, "Then I will do my best to stop you." At this time, Ding Ning suddenly interrupted. "Eldest sect brother, who is stronger between you and this second sect brother?" Nangong Caishu suddenly wanted to laugh. First, she felt that Zhong Yi was very interesting. He was indeed the kind of gentleman who was gentle and not angry, just a little pedantic, just as the legend said. Second, when Ding Ning said second senior brother, he emphasized the word second a little, which made the title second senior brother sound completely wrong. Zhong Yi also heard that this title was not right. His expression was slightly awkward and he frowned slightly. But his figure moved closer to Ding Ning and Nangong Caishu and blocked them. Su Qin glanced coldly at Ding Ning and Nangong Caishu. Then he turned away and left. "There are still many enemies. I do not want to fight you to the point where both of us are injured. But according to the rules of the Sword Trial Festival, we are not allowed to travel together. Zhong Yi, I do not believe you can protect them in the next 2 days." His cold and murderous voice floated out of the blue mist and into the ears of Zhong Yi, Ding Ning and the others. "Junior sect brother, this is venting your personal anger. Listen to senior sect brother's advice. Being arrogant and jealous of talent is a great taboo in cultivation," Zhong Yi said worriedly to Su Qin's back. Su Qin's figure disappeared into the mist and no response was heard. Ding Ning and Nangong Caishu could not help but exchange a glance. "Eldest senior brother, do you mean what you say?" Ding Ning asked suspiciously. Zhong Yi turned around and looked strangely at Ding Ning. "Of course I am sincere. Little sect brother, why do you ask?" "It seems that senior sect brother is a gentleman." Ding Ning said with a smile, "I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own pettiness. I thought that eldest sect brother was purposefully angering him." Zhong Yi was shocked. "I truly hope that he can change. Otherwise, his future is uncertain. How can I purposefully anger him?" Seeing old from 3. A hint of emotion appeared in Ding Ning's eyes. It is most likely hard to change a person's nature. He Zhaoxi did not want to waste time. Especially if he lost, he would lose some rewards. He had to treasure his time. He looked at the string of tokens at his waist. His gaze flashed slightly and he started to take off his clothes. His actions stunned Ding Ning and Zhong Yi. "What are you doing?" Ding Ning looked dazedly at He Zhaoxi, who had taken off his outer robe and was bare-chested. "Your robe is too tattered and you are injured. It will be cold at night in the mountains and difficult to endure. Also, it is not elegant to be more tattered. In any case, I am going out and have a change of clothes outside. He Xiaoxi casually threw his outer robe to Ding Ning. Ding Ning smiled awkwardly. It seemed that he had thought too much. He Xiaoxi did not have any strange habits. But even if you want to give me clothes, you do not have to take them off in front of me. You should at least care that there are girls present. Nangong Caishu's voice sounded. She looked at He Xiaoxi and said with displeasure. He Xiaoxi's expression froze slightly. He softly defended himself. I thought that it would be more convenient for you to turn around than for me to find a place to take off my clothes. Also, I do not want to waste time. Why should I turn around? Nangong Caishu glanced at him. Because your figure is very good. He Xiaoxi's expression froze and a rare blush appeared on his face. He coughed softly as though he could not think of a reply. With a step, he turned and fled into the vine forest behind him. They say that words can stop 100,000 swords. Mist Caishu's words today have opened my eyes. Zhongyi's face was also slightly stiff. He could not calm down for a while, but then he also began to walk in the direction he came from. At the same time, he said softly, according to the rules, we can't travel together. So, junior brother, although I may be nearby in the next 2 days, you have to be careful at all times. When Zhongyi's figure disappeared into the mist, there was a soft sound of breaking air. A still warm white goat cave robe flew out of the mist and landed towards Nangong Caishu. Mist Caishu, it is good that you and little junior sect brother helped each other. Your wounds are more serious than little junior sect brother's. If you do not want to withdraw and persist, I will give you this outer robe to protect you from the cold at night. I hope you do not dislike it. Because of the formation, the indiscernible voice continued to pass over. Nangong Caishu stilled slightly. As she caught the robe, she was first grateful. Then she thought of how Zhongyi had quickly taken off his clothes under the cover of the mist and couldn't help but laugh. Ding Ning's lips curled up. He deliberately shouted in the direction Zhongyi had left. Senior sect brother Zhongyi, what will you do if you are naked? Many people are watching from the viewing platform. Aya, a hasty exclamation rang out, followed by a faintly discernible voice intermittently, this. I must find someone nearby to fight. Ask for a protective item. Ding Ning thought of the students of the Green Vine Sword Academy suddenly seeing a bare-chested Zhongyi charge out. He couldn't help but laugh happily. You have to be careful. I should be nearby. The boundaries of traveling together can be large or small. As long as you do not want to withdraw, I think that the teachers of Green Vine Sword School will not force you to withdraw because of this, since He Xiaoxi has already withdrawn. Then his smile gradually disappeared. He nodded at Nangong Caishu and slowly walked to the side. At the same time, he spoke softly. Nangong Caishu nodded. She put on Zhongyi's robe. Because it was too wide, she felt like she was wearing a costume. Even her hands could not be seen from the sleeves. It was slightly funny. Her wound was very painful, but she was still very happy in her heart. She felt that no matter what the outcome of this trial was, she would still be very happy. Chapter 75. Only when Nangong Caishu laughed happily did the shock on the viewing platform dissipate. No one had thought that He Xiaoxi, the strongest of the Green Vine Sword Academy, would be defeated on this day, and the one to defeat him was Ding Ning. But for the people of Changling, the shock today was fated to be even stronger. The tall turrets and the exceptionally straight streets of Changling showed their usefulness today. The orders from the tall turrets and the enormous crossbows accurately pointed out the path of the galloping carriage. Many soldiers and chariots ran along the straight streets as fast as they could, and blocked the path of the carriage ahead of time. But the carriage was only fast, moving in a straight line towards a section of the Wei River at its fastest speed. Before the formation chariots and the heavy armored soldiers had reached a certain scale, there was nothing that could stop the carriage. There was nothing that could stop the white figure that was surrounded by sparkling and translucent streams of water. The heavy seal chariots were pushed aside by the enormous waves, and smashed into the houses and shops on the sides. The fearless heavily armored soldiers were harvested like rice in autumn. The Changling people in the distance did not know what was happening. They only saw the dust on both sides of the carriage's path. It was like a serpent had entered Changling from the Wei River and was rushing back at its fastest speed. On a turret near the huge wave of dust, a general of the Tiger Wolf army looked so gloomy that water was about to drip out. "Send the order, the Tiger Wolf army along the way do not fill in." He almost roared out those words. Hearing his military order, a deputy general next to him couldn't help but tremble. He knew that the great cultivators in Changling would not be able to arrive in time, and the Tiger Wolf army would not be able to get into formation. More reinforcements would only result in more deaths. Yet he also knew that such a great rebel charging out of Changling was a slap to the faces of all the nobility of the Qin dynasty. Even if they went up, they would not be able to stop this person from charging towards the Wei River. But if he ordered the troops to advance now, he would likely have to bear the anger of the nobility in the future. "What are you hesitating for?" Seeing that the deputy general beside him hadn't passed down the order, the Tiger Wolf army general roared again with a gloomy face, "Today's matter, if we have to bear the brunt of the anger, it won't be us who will stand in the front. Moreover, for me, the lives of my subordinates are more important than some face. If you cannot stop him, you should know the consequences of Bai Shanshui charging out of Changling like this. The coachman is one of the true disciples of Cloud Water Palace, Fan Zhuo. Our Divinity Bureau has been following him for several months in order to obtain more clues from him, especially to find Bai Shanshui's exact whereabouts. Not to mention that we haven't discovered Bai Shanshui's presence here. Even if we did, we would have to rely on Bureau Chief Yi and the Marquise's strength to close the net." In the alley in front of the Zhejiang Commandery meeting hall, Mo Qinggong had arrived. He squatted in front of the Changling Guard general who had fallen to the ground and said darkly, "Now, even if you die, you have to explain why the Changling Guard has come here, and why you have made trouble for this caravan." The Changling Guard general who had fallen to the ground smiled bitterly and said softly with difficulty, "We came here because we discovered that someone was secretly selling the Chu-made gold toad. That was an item from the suspected tomb of the previous emperor that was stolen many years ago. The clues we found were that suspicious people might be in this caravan. Who would have thought it would involve a great rebel like Bai Shanshui?" Mo Qinggong's face turned black and he was unable to speak. The people of Cloud Water Palace could not be related to the grave robbers from more than a decade ago. Yet, there was a clue that led to this place. He was almost instinctively certain that some powerful person was behind this. Without the Tiger Wolf army fighting to the death along the way, the carriage ran faster and faster. More water vapor gathered towards the carriage from all directions. When they passed through the streets of Changling, the entire carriage was wrapped in white clouds and water vapor. Adding on the wind, it did not look like a carriage from a distance, but a carriage moving through the clouds. When they reached the shore of the Wei River that was closest to the Zhejiang Commandery Hall, the two galloping horses saw the rolling waves on the vast river and instinctively wanted to stop. However, the middle-aged driver clapped his hands. The two galloping horses gave a sorrowful cry, but they could not stop. Instead, they charged forward even faster. There was a loud bang. The carriage jumped high into the air and crashed into the river, creating astounding waves. The sturdy carriage could not withstand such a collision and immediately split into pieces of various sizes. The man driving the carriage stood on one of the pieces of the carriage, and the white figure easily stood on the water. Only now did he reveal his true appearance. He was dressed in a white fur robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His appearance was extremely handsome, as if he was a delicate young master from a wealthy family. His skin was as white as cream. Time had not left any traces on his face. He looked to be in his 20s. It was impossible to connect him with the sword hero Bai Shanshui, who had lived in the wilderness for 10 years in order to practice the sword and avoid the pursuit of the cultivators of the Qin dynasty after the Wei dynasty was destroyed. What was even more shocking was that a whirlpool with a radius of dozens of feet surged up not far from his feet. A white shadow swam out from the deep water. Vaguely, it looked like a white carp with a length of dozens of feet. It firmly connected Bai Shanshui and Fan Zhuo on its back. It was also at this moment that the sound of stormy waves could be heard from the distant port. An enormous armored ship sailed out of the harbor at astounding speed. This giant iron ship was covered in scars and dyed in various colors. It even gave the impression of a giant coral that had emerged from the deep sea. However, this seemingly ancient iron ship was emitting an unimaginable bloody aura, as if it was about to dye the entire surface of the vast and mighty river red. The bow at the front of the ship was a real turtle dragon beast. Red light shot out from the two blood-red eyes of the Ao dragon's head, frightening one's soul. And on top of it, stood a white-clothed woman. Her clothes fluttered, like a god. Bai Shanshui did not panic. The white carp under his feet made a half-circle and created a white arc. He looked at the divine-like woman in white and said with a smile, "Bureau Chief Yi is as beautiful as expected. I am looking forward to seeing the true cloud water art of our cloud water palace and Bureau Chief Yi's one sky water meet. Pity you came a bit late." The one standing on the turtle dragon's head was naturally Yi Xileng. Her expression was calm as she said coolly, "I have to come even if I leave. I will definitely see Mr. again in the future." Bai Shanshui put away his smile and said seriously, "I see that Bureau Chief Yi may not be happy in Changling. Why don't you leave Changling and travel with me? Wouldn't it be great to travel through the rivers and seas? The scene is beautiful, but you don't even dare to let me get close to you. How can we travel together?" Yi Xileng said with slight disdain, "If you can really let go of your emotions, you will not come to Changling again, and will not sing and have sword energies in Changling. You are right. Of course, I cannot let go of my old country and soul. But just now, I have not finished speaking." Bai Shanshui smiled and said, "Of course it is great to sing and travel. But for cultivators like us, fighting against the heavens, fighting against those with millions of soldiers, is that not a happier thing? Also, you once learned the sword from that person. Even if you just want to be safe, how can you be safe in Changling?" Yi Xileng looked up at the sky. The clear sky above her immediately became filled with dark clouds. "I have my reasons for being in Changling, but you cannot understand," she said coldly with an expressionless face, not caring if Bai Shanshui could hear her clearly. "Our aspirations are different, our paths are not the same. Since that is the case, then farewell." Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and nodded in greeting. The long tail of the white carp under his feet struck out a huge wave. In an instant, it cut through the river surface and swam at an astonishing speed. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the figures of Bai Shanshui and Fan Zhuo had already become two small dots on the distant river surface. No matter how fast the light boat was, it could not catch up. Only the light song of rebellion came in the wind. Outside Fish Market, on the shore of the Wei River, the red-robed woman who rarely walked out of Fish Market had a thin black veil over her face as she watched the two black dots leave. Next to her stood the hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff. Hearing the faint singing, her unusually calm voice sounded, "Uncle Sun, do you see? The biggest problem in Changling is that people are not united. When something happens, they will fail because of their family. Then many people will have to take the blame. They will die for the sake of Changling and the Qin dynasty's face and progress." It was not easy to find someone who could suppress them, but he was killed by his own people. The hunchbacked old man did not look up. He did not speak, and only hummed. It was unknown whether he was laughing or crying. Chapter 76. Night shrouded Changling. The stars flashed, and white frost started to form in the mountains as though the white frost was formed from the falling starlight. Ding Ning lay on a simple hammock made from some vines, but did not feel cold at all. The wind and snow he usually endured in the falling parasol wine shop was colder than the cold of autumn. He had a certain understanding of many of the cultivation methods of the Han, Zhao, and Wei kingdoms. However, he did not know much about the cultivation methods and pills of some of the smaller sects that were not mainstream or had taken a different path. But today, Nangong Tsaishu's yellow court gold pill from a small sect gave him a great surprise. He closed his eyes tightly, and looked inside with his consciousness. He refined the medicinal power that filled his body. Countless little silkworms seemed to have burrowed out of his flesh and blood, and slowly swallowed the impurities in the medicinal power that were harmful to cultivators. Because the devouring was extremely slow and gentle, his surroundings were completely silent. Even the impurities in his physical energy that had merged into his flesh and blood were slowly swallowed up. As time slowly passed, the remaining medicinal power in Ding Ning's body grew purer. It was so pure that even the best pills of the South Sun pill sect of the past could not reach this level. The extremely pure medicinal energy and the extremely pure true qi slowly merged, and the true qi in his qi became more and more viscous and heavy. The threads of physical energy that flowed out of his energy sea passed through many of the previously impenetrable tendons in his body and seeped into his bones. This was Realm 2 energy refinement, second-class bone washing. Nangong Tsaishu was right. This yellow quart gold pill was enough for an energy refinement third-class cultivator to reach energy refinement second class. But at this time, Ding Ning's cultivation did not stop advancing. After being swallowed by the countless little silkworms in his body, some of the beneficial medicinal power that had been tightly mixed with the impurities were washed out. The medicinal power of this yellow quart gold pill was used to its fullest potential. At this time, there was still a lot of pure medicinal energy left in his body. So he continued to refine it. His Zhen Qi became even more condensed and heavy, penetrating even deeper, nourishing the places where even his consciousness could not reach before. The night gradually passed. When the first ray of morning light fell on the peak of the mountain, the last of the medicinal power in his body had disappeared. His consciousness stopped in front of the marrow river in the bones that the cultivation practitioners had mentioned. He was only a little bit away from the second realm superior grade marrow transformation. Ding Ning opened his eyes. Facing the rising sun, he took a deep breath of fresh air. He was very satisfied with the speed of his cultivation advancement, or rather, he was very satisfied with the control he had over his cultivation advancement. According to the rules, they could start their journey in the second half of the night. However, this was not the third day that would determine the outcome of the battle, so there was no point in rushing ahead early. Furthermore, who knew how many dangers were hidden in this kind of magic formation at night? Therefore, all the students who still had the qualifications to continue the trial chose to act after sunrise. A disciple of the Green Vine Sword Academy was roasting a skylark. Beside him were some dried wild oranges. These were obviously the breakfast he had prepared for himself. However, at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened. He quickly stood up and his right hand landed on the sword at his waist. "I advise you not to draw your sword." Following this cold voice, Su Qin's figure slowly passed out of the thin mist at the side. "Especially when I may not want to use my sword against you." He looked at this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple and slowly added, "If I remember correctly, you should be called Shishia, and the most recent disciple. You come from Changshan Commandery and use the Blue Frost Sword. You only have energy refinement second-class cultivation. You have performed well to reach this place and survive this long night, but you are not a match for me." This Green Vine Sword Academy disciple, who had a young face and looked just slightly taller than Ding Ning, had even greater terror and shock in his eyes. He was just an ordinary disciple of the Green Vine Sword Academy. It was a surprise that ordinary people of White Goat Cave would notice his existence and remember his name. However, Su Qin not only remembered his name, but also his birth and cultivation. Su Qin's great memory was just as the legend said. "I am Shishia." He swallowed hard and tried to calm himself down. "But I do not understand why senior sect brother Su Qin appeared in front of me and did not want to use his sword against me. Does senior sect brother Su Qin feel that my cultivation is not worthy of you using your sword?" Su Qin smiled slightly and shook his head. He said, "I mean, you may have a better choice." Shishia looked at the skylark that was slightly charred on one side because it had not been flipped. He asked, "What choice?" "According to the rules of the Sword Trial Festival, there must be at least one battle each day. You should not have experienced any battle today." Su Qin said coolly, "The choice I give you is to fight me, or fight Ding Ning, who is not far from here. You should know that he has just entered energy refinement. You may win against him. I can even guarantee that you will be able to successfully approach him." Shishia stilled and looked in disbelief at Su Qin. He said in shock, "Why, there are many reasons to have a person withdraw, but I do not think that I need to explain much to you." Su Qin glanced at him and said, You only need to make your choice. Choose to immediately lose to my sword, or defeat him and obtain more trial time. For disciples like you, the meaning of participating in a trial like this is just to obtain more experience. What does Su Qin want to do? Xie Changsheng, who was still sleepy, looked at the situation in the sword trial valley and asked in a cold voice, blinking his eyes. This is a method to chase away beasts. Xie Ru glanced at him and explained softly with a frown, some of the hunters in Ba Commandery are able to capture prey that is several times stronger than them. They surround some mountains or river valleys and chase away some wild beasts. Some of the ferocious beasts are forced into a narrow path and kill each other when they meet. Su Qin is restrained by Zhongyi and cannot act. He chose to restrain Zhongyi and force others to fight Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng's expression changed. He could not help but curse, this person is shameless. All warfare is cunning, and the fittest survive. Next to him, Xu Hashan said gravely, in this trial, other than strength, it is also a competition of strategy. Su Qin is shameless, but he is as the rumors say. He is quick-witted and changes quickly. Seeing Shishia get closer and closer to Ding Ning, Xie Ru's frown deepened. But for some reason, today's Ding Ning gave her a different feeling than yesterday. Ding Ning was chewing on a few pieces of orange. There were many wild orange trees in the forest, and it was not far from the time when these wild oranges ripened. Many of the oranges were dry, but they were hanging from the branches. It was easy to pick some. But these wild oranges did not taste good, especially in the early morning. When chewed and drunk like water, it tasted sour. When Ding Ning was so sore that his teeth were a little soft, he saw Shishia, who was walking over with her head slightly lowered. He felt Shishia's expression was strange, so he rubbed his cheeks and looked at Shishia, who slowly walked over. He was not the first to speak. I am called Shishia. I am a student who entered Green Vine Sword Academy last year. Shishia stopped dozens of feet away from him and said, I have come to fight you, but this time, I was forced to come by White Goat Cave's senior sect brother Su Qin. Ding Ning stilled slightly. Shishia continued, I know this isn't very good, but I want more opportunities to gain experience, so I want to be able to fight with more people in this trial and stay for a longer period of time, so I have no other choice. Ding Ning smiled slightly and said sincerely, this is what I should do. If it was me, I would make the same choice. Shishia looked gratefully at Ding Ning and then said, I heard that junior sect brother Ding Ning's understanding of the sword manual is not bad, but you have just reached energy refinement before coming to the sword trial festival. So when we fight later, I will try to control my power to energy refinement second class. Ding Ning felt more and more that this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple was interesting. He laughed again. Originally, there was no need. But if you think this way, I think you will have more opportunities to train. Shishia felt that he did not understand Ding Ning's words. But he had finished what he wanted to say, so he did not say anything else. He bowed to Ding Ning and then started to attack. His sword was green in color. It was made of a kind of hard jade, and there were some seemingly messy and fine runes on it. As his true qi continued to surge, the blade of the sword began to emit a biting cold, and layers of blue frost began to condense on it. Ding Ning smiled slightly. He slowly attacked as well. Many little jasmine-like white flowers appeared on the blade. It looked no different from yesterday. Chapter 77. Shishia felt that Ding Ning's remnant sword was very beautiful when it bloomed like a white flower. It had an unusual poignant beauty. Ding Ning's expression was calm. He temporarily forgot that he had been forced by Su Qin and gradually felt that this was a fair fight. Please. He solemnly attacked. There was a clear sound of something breaking through the air. The blue sword light attacked Ding Ning's chest and abdomen. Ding Ning held his sword horizontally but did not truly swing it down to block. The indigo sword light was not as straight as most of the sword moves of the Qin dynasty. As Shishia's body and wrist moved slightly, this indigo sword light seemed to twist in the air like a waving vine. When the tip of the sword came close to Ding Ning, it was already stabbing towards Ding Ning's neck above his chest. This is the famous vine sword style of the Green Vine Sword Academy. Seeing Shishia attack, Xie Ru said softly to Xie Changsheng next to her, The sword moves of this sword style are very unique. It is a winding move, like the candy sticks you played when you were young. When you are familiar with the sword moves, when you reach Realm 5 and can use flying swords, the flying swords will be very familiar with this kind of move. The opponent will have a harder time grasping the tip of the sword or the true direction of the sword when it reaches them. Xie Changsheng nodded with a serious expression. Just like this sword. It appeared to stab towards the abdomen, but when the sword moved around, it stabbed upwards. If the other was already on guard, it would be too late for them to react when they discovered something was wrong and moved upwards. When it came to a fight between flying swords, even a moment of thought could decide life and death. He understood that Xie Ru had purposely said this to him so that his gaze would not only fall on the outcome of the battle, but also on the sword moves. Beside the two, Shu Hashan's eyebrows rose slightly, a strange light flashing through his eyes. Because as the two of them spoke, Ding Ning had already blocked this sword strike. Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword rose up and held it in front of his throat. He accurately used the back of the sword to block the tip of the indigo frost sword. Then, he launched a counterattack. He leaped out and passed by Shashia. The remnant sword quickly stabbed towards Shashia's throat as he waved his arm. Shashia didn't panic. She didn't have time to retract her sword, so her entire arm swung in place. Her blue frost sword drew an arc and cut towards Ding Ning's arm. Ding Ning retracted his arm slightly, and the tip of his sword once again clashed with the tip of Shashia's blue frost sword. A spark floated up. Shashia took half a step back. His movements abruptly opened and closed. The entire sword was either slapped or swung, swaying back and forth beside him. For a moment, it was as if several twisting green vines had grown beside him. Ding Ning's body was immediately filled with dense inky green sword shadows. These sword shadows stopped a foot or two in front of him. Because the viewing platform could not hear the sound of the two swords colliding, it felt as though the two swords had not truly touched in the next dozen breaths. Yet, from the layers of sparks that bloomed in the air like golden dandelions, it was possible to know that the two swords had been colliding in these dozen breaths. Shashia seems to have suppressed his cultivation. He does not want to have an advantage in power. Right now, the two are competing purely in sword skill, Xie Changsheng said softly with a frown. Shu Hashan said in an admiring tone, Ding Ning is very good. The most important part of the Green Vine Sword Academy's vine sword style is the word coil. If the two swords are close, it is easy to be twisted and sent flying. The frost on Shashia's blue frost sword has the effect of cleansing and is even more adhesive. However, Ding Ning's every strike is using the tip of his sword against the tip of his sword or the body of his sword against the tip of his sword. Even in response to Shashia's slapping sword moves, he does not give the other's sword a chance to come close. His sword is actually very good. Xie Ru nodded and said softly, while it is incomplete, the power after the infusion of physical energy is not weak. The blade is short, but it is very suitable for complex and dense sword moves like the wildfire sword, which can quickly change in short distances. I take back the saying that this is a broken sword. Xie Changsheng looked gravely at Ding Ning's sword and said, but Ding Ning is completely on the defense. How can he win? Shu Hashan said solemnly, as long as one has enough patience and does not make a mistake, the opponent can make a mistake. The respect in Shashia's eyes grew stronger. Looking at Ding Ning's calm gaze and his sword moves that were becoming more and more precise and skilled, he even felt that he had become a training target. He knew that he had to use an even stronger sword move to have a chance of winning against Ding Ning. He took a deep breath. As he sent out the sword in his hand again, his left hand that had been secretly accumulating power hit the hilt of the blue frost sword with astounding speed. A wave of energy flowed along the hilt and exploded along the blade. There was a soft crack. The frost on the blue frost sword had grown thicker and thicker until it became a hard shell of frost. Now, these frost shells split open, like 4 or 5 sharp sword fragments, shooting forward. These frost shells were thin and sharp, unlike the fallen leaves that He Zhaoxi had swept up previously. If one was hit by any of the frost shells, it was no different from being stabbed by a thin sword. Many people on the viewing platform narrowed their eyes. This sword was clearly the key to victory. Ding Ning's expression was still calm. Pew 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 pew, several rapid sounds. The last flower remnant sword in his hand rapidly swept across these frost shells. He did not use much power. His sword move was just for speed. While these thin frost shells were sharp, they were very brittle and easily shattered. All of the frost shells that shot towards him shattered in an instant. In the next instant, he let out a low roar. His sword swung horizontally, fiercely slamming against the blue frost sword that was thrusting towards him. Shishia stilled slightly. Previously, he had been the one to force Ding Ning to cross swords with him. He had not expected Ding Ning to use such a sword move. He knew something was wrong and immediately howled. His physical energy surged into his sword and a layer of frost appeared on the blue frost sword. With a pop, the physical energy attached to the two swords collided and created a wave of energy mixed with fine frost. Shishia twisted his body with great familiarity. He turned his wrist and was about to twist Ding Ning's sword out of his hand. But in this moment, Ding Ning took half a step forward. His body tensed as he gripped the sword hilt and put his weight on it. Shishia felt as though an enormous rock was pressing down on his sword and he could not flip it. With a hiss, like shaving ice, Ding Ning's sword quickly cut down along his sword and caused the layer of frost that had just formed on his sword to scatter. The blue frost sprayed onto Shishia's clothes and face. In an instant, Shishia's eyebrows and hair turned blue. Shishia felt a chill. He pulled back his sword and leapt backwards. Ding Ning's sword left his sword, but in an instant, it shook and slapped. With this shake and slap, the fine white flowers and blue frost formed from physical energy suddenly sped up and hit Shishia's face like a stream of water. Shishia couldn't help but close his eyes. At this moment, he felt a cold sword essence rapidly attacking his lower abdomen. He shouted and swung his sword towards the back of the icy sword essence. However, the cold sword intent quickly retracted, and instantly reached his left rib. Shishia forced his eyes open and swung his sword again. But he only saw a patch of fine white flowers moving towards his left rib. Ding Ning's inky green remnant sword had restrained all of its physical energy. It silently moved through the air like a shadow and reached his right shoulder. His pupils contracted violently and his body suddenly froze. There was a soft snap. The dark green sword in Ding Ning's hand patted his shoulder and then he put it away. Then Ding Ning took a step back and stopped attacking with his sword. Many people on the viewing platform heaved a sigh of relief. Cheers sounded from where the White Goat Cave disciples were gathered. I had not thought he could win like this. Xie Changsheng took a deep breath. He was certain that if it had been him, just now, he might not have been able to dodge Shishia's attack, much less launch such a satisfying counterattack and win. Xu Hashan and Xie Ru were silent. While they hoped that Ding Ning could win, Ding Ning's perfect victory in a pure competition of sword skills still gave them a great shock. Shishia's mind was slightly blank. He could not believe that Ding Ning had defeated him like this. But after a long while, he recovered. He glanced at his right shoulder. He knew just now, if Ding Ning's sword had come down, even without any physical energy, it would have been enough to cut off his right arm. I have lost. He bowed to Ding Ning in admiration. Junior sect brother Ding Ning, your sword skills are exquisite and ordinary people cannot compare. Principal Di, are you satisfied with Ding Ning's performance? On the viewing platform, Xue Wangshu, covered in a thin blanket, stroked his beard and smiled as he spoke to Di Qingmai. Di Qingmai wanted to maintain his calm, but his brows could not help but tremble. In the end, his face was ashen. Do not have such an ugly expression. But Xue Wangshu looked calmly at him and said softly, no matter what you think of me, White Goat and Green Vine are one. In the future, you and I may have more glory because we have a disciple like this. Di Qingmei's heart suddenly shook. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Xue Wangshu. Xue Wangshu smiled faintly and looked at the white clouds in the sky. He said softly with slight sadness, White Goat Cave is fated to not exist. The more you care about this competition, the more you remind others that White Goat Cave still exists. You should change your position and think. Ding Ning is my student, but he can also be your student. If one is not broad-minded, and cannot even tolerate this sky, how can one tolerate these mountains, and move these distant mountains? Shui Wangshu said coolly after a pause. Di Qingmei's heart suddenly beat rapidly, and his hands started to tremble. Chapter 78. Di Qingmei was not an ordinary person. Shui Wangshu's words gave him, who had been at the door of Realm 7 for many years, many insights. His hands trembled as he asked in an incredulous tone, "Why are you telling me this? Do not forget, both White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy first belong to the Qin dynasty. No matter what identity you and I have, we are first of the Qin people." Shui Wangshu glanced at Di Qingmei and said calmly, "His Majesty and the Empress can tolerate me and my senior sect brother because they know we will first put ourselves in the position of the Qin people. When necessary, our swords will always face the enemies of the Qin dynasty. As to cultivation, at my age, I do not fear being surpassed or overtaken. My enemy can only be myself and my age." Di Qingmei's hands trembled even more violently. He felt he was very small under his robes. He felt Shui Wangshu, who was looking at the distant mountains, seemed to be one with the sky and the distant mountains. "Shui Wangshu, I am not as good as you." When his hands stopped trembling, he lowered his head and said softly, "That may not be the case." Shui Wangshu said calmly, "My path is almost at the end, but your path is still far. The future will depend on how you walk." In the Sword Trial Valley, Shishia, who had accepted his defeat, took off the token hanging from his waist and was about to hand it to Ding Ning. "So fragrant." But at this time, Ding Ning sniffed and said, "Do you smell it?" Shishia stilled. He took a few deep breaths and felt carefully. There seemed to be a faint fragrance of roasted meat. This was definitely not the half-burnt skylark that he had just eaten. Instead, it was the aroma of roasted meat that was full of oil. "Do you want to go and see?" Looking at Ding Ning's expression, Shishia could not help but remind him kindly, "That may be a trap. You have already won against me today. You only need to reach the designated area to pass." Ding Ning chuckled and said, "Although I ate a few wild oranges, eating this kind of sour thing on an empty stomach makes my stomach churn constantly. It's very uncomfortable. I must have something solid to fill my stomach so that I can have enough strength." Shishia had always placed himself and Ding Ning in the position of the weak. He had never thought that Ding Ning would choose to smell the fragrance and take the initiative to find an opponent. Thinking of the possible fierce battle that awaited Ding Ning, and the exquisite sword moves that Ding Ning had displayed just now, his gaze suddenly became fervent. He could not help but blurt out, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, can I go with you to take a look?" Ding Ning glanced at him and smiled. "I have no objections. I just don't know if the teachers of your Green Vine Sword Academy will have any objections. After all, this kind of trial prohibits two people from traveling together." As if waking from a dream, Shishia threw the token to Ding Ning and said, "I admit defeat first, so I will not be considered traveling together. If a teacher wants me to leave the valley immediately, I will ask him to give me some time. After all, it will take a lot of time to rush back to the observation platform. I may miss a lot of things." Ding Ning smiled slightly and did not speak. He started to move towards the direction of the fragrance. Shishia was afraid that being too close to Ding Ning would affect the trial, so he only followed Ding Ning from a distance. After passing through several vine walls, he was even more shocked. Only now did he smell a clear fragrance in the wind. Ding Ning's sense of smell seemed to be many times more sensitive than his. Some orange color appeared in front of Ding Ning. But the orange color was very bright. Unlike the dry and dark color of wild oranges, it was a wild persimmon tree. Looking at the ripe persimmons that still had some frost on their skin, Ding Ning smiled in satisfaction. He nodded to the person under the tree and said, "Changling says that frosted red persimmons are as sweet as honey. In the past, I loved to eat this kind of persimmons the most. Senior sect brother Yi Ming really knows how to find a place." The person sitting under the wild persimmon tree with many red persimmons was dressed in the robes of White Goat Cave. He looked to be 4 or 5 years older than Ding Ning. It was Yi Ming who had been waiting at the gates of White Goat Cave when Ding Ning had first entered White Goat Cave. At this time, he was sitting on a rock under the wild persimmon tree, roasting a wild boar leg. Next to the fire was the black wild boar with one leg cut off. This was a leisurely and well-fed scene. But when he heard Ding Ning say this, Yi Ming frowned and did not know what to say. When he walked closer and saw his expression, Ding Ning laughed again. You were forced by senior sect brother Su Qin to purposefully wait for me here? Yi Ming was shocked. Junior sect brother Ding Ning, how do you know? Ding Ning pointed at the thin mist behind him. Because there is a precedent. Yi Ming finally saw that there was a Green Vine Sword School disciple there and stilled. He is called Shi Xia, a student of Green Vine Sword Academy. I won against him and he came with me to see. Ding Ning said directly and then rubbed his stomach. He looked at the golden wild boar leg in Yi Ming's hand and said seriously, my stomach is uncomfortable right now. Senior sect brother Yi Ming, why don't you treat me to something to eat first? The shock in Yi Ming's eyes grew, but then he hesitated. Did senior sect brother Su Qin hunt this as well? But this does not matter. Regardless of whether you win or I win, will he be merciful to the winner in the following trials? Ding Ning twisted his lips and seemed to see through Yi Ming's thoughts. He said, what is the big deal about eating his roasted boar leg? Yi Ming thought and then said, that is reasonable. Junior sect brother Ding Ning, please. The wild boar meat in the mountains is very fragrant. Senior sect brother is very good at roasting meat. It is a pity you lack some salt and can only use this persimmon to adjust the flavor. One side is hot and greasy, the other side is raw, cold, fresh and sweet. You eat meat and persimmon, be careful of diarrhea. No matter. He Zhaoxi ate a lot of raw meat and did not have diarrhea. His example tells me that intense exercise can strengthen the stomach. In any case, I am going to fight with senior sect brother later. He Zhaoxi. You have seen He Zhaoxi? Yes, he lost to me. Didn't senior sect brother Su Qin tell you? Yi Ming's brow slowly furrowed. He looked at Ding Ning who had cut off half of the boar leg. His expression grew more serious. He finally could not help but say, Junior sect brother Ding Ning, I know you have extraordinary talent, but a person must be honest. You are so young, how can you think of making such a lie to scare me? You think this will scare me? Ding Ning looked up. His gaze moved from the half of the wild persimmon in his hand to Yi Ming's serious face. He said helplessly, Senior sect brother Yi Ming, I am speaking the truth. You still do not know how to repent. Yi Ming's expression grew uglier. He put down the boar bone in his hand and slowly stood up. Since this is the case, then let me see how strong junior sect brother's sword is. Ding Ning looked seriously at him and protested. I am not full yet. Yi Ming took a deep breath and said, it is not good to eat too much. Also, according to what you said, there are people waiting to see your fight. Ding Ning wiped his hands and suddenly thought of something. He said, Senior sect brother Yi Ming, actually, the robes I am wearing right now are He Zhaoxi's. I do not know where you got this Green Vine Sword Academy robe, but you think this can scare me? What Ding Ning did not expect was that Yi Ming grew even more furious. He shouted, you think I can believe you can beat He Zhaoxi to the ground and take off his robes? That scene was so beautiful that Ding Ning did not dare to imagine it. So he reluctantly stood up and walked to the empty space at the side. He helplessly pulled out the last flower remnant sword and said to Yi Ming, Senior sect brother Yi Ming, please. Yi Ming pulled out the long sword on his back with a dark expression. Knowing that Ding Ning cultivated the wildfire sword manual that focused on defense, he did not speak. His figure flickered, and his sword went to the center and stabbed towards Ding Ning's chest. This attack was unusually simple. His sword was the most ordinary black iron sword of the Qin dynasty. There was only a seal script on the center of the sword that stretched straight to the tip. This seal script could only turn the vital energy inside into sword energy and charge out from the tip of the sword. It was not as profound as other swords. However, at this moment, his sword was very much in line with the sword intent of his sword. When it was a few feet from Ding Ning's chest, a white sword energy charged out of the tip of the sword with a hiss. It was like a white goat's horn that suddenly extended. As it rose, it curved and headed towards Ding Ning's chin. Yi Ming cultivated the most authentic white goat sword manual of White Goat Cave. This attack was the famous white goat hanging horn. Ding Ning thought for a moment. He thought of the fastest way to defeat Yi Ming. So in this moment, he took a step back. Then he used all his power. His vital energy surged out of his body into the last flower remnant sword in his hand. The inky green sword covered in fine cracks gave off many hissing sounds. Tiny white flowers immediately covered the entire sword. Then he swung his sword to meet this white goat horn. Watching from a distance, Shashiya's breathing paused slightly. He felt something was wrong, but before he had time to think, Ding Ning's sword collided with the raised white goat horn. There was an explosion. Ding Ning clearly could not fight back and took a step back. Yi Ming's sword froze in the air. He was slightly bewildered. But when he sensed the presence of the tiny white flowers and the vibrating power on his sword, he finally understood. Just a dozen breaths ago, he had said that Ding Ning was using He Zhaoxi to scare him and that he could not be frightened. Yet in this moment, he seemed to see something terrifying. He opened his mouth and shouted in confusion, "What is going on? How can he have cultivation above energy refinement second class? How can he have cultivation close to energy refinement first class?" Chapter 79. Ding Ning took a step forward, and the remnant sword with tiny white flowers cut towards Yi Ming's wrist. Because he had been forced back a step, Ding Ning's counterattack was not fast. But because Yi Ming was too shocked, his movements were even slower. He wanted to pull back his sword, but in this moment, he found that Ding Ning's sword was already cutting towards his fingers. At such a short distance, he did not have time to make any more changes. So he could only let go and abandon his sword. Ding Ning's sword hit the hilt of his sword, causing the sword to fly to the side and out of Yi Ming's range of control. Then he stopped and did not attack. He looked apologetically at Yi Ming and said, "Apologies, senior sect brother Yi Ming." Because he was too shocked, Yi Ming did not care that Ding Ning had defeated him while he was distracted. He looked with wide eyes at Ding Ning and asked again, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, you just had a breakthrough. How come your cultivation is close to energy refinement first class?" Ding Ning could understand his emotions and explained calmly, "Nangong Tsaishu gave me a pill medicine. I swallowed it when I was fighting He Zhaoxi, so I had such a cultivation advancement." He really won against He Zhaoxi? Nangong Tsaishu and Ding Ning should have only met when they were cultivating in the library cave. The two had such a relationship that she even gave Ding Ning a pill medicine that could increase cultivation. Yi Ming started to believe that Ding Ning's words were true. He looked dazedly at Ding Ning and could not help but say, "No wonder you rejected Xieru without hesitation. So it is because of Nangong Tsaishu." Hearing this, Ding Ning had a bitter expression and said, "Senior sect brother Yi Ming, your thoughts and considerations are too jumpy. I cannot have a good conversation with you like this. It's only now that I understand the meaning of your words." Shashiya walked to Ding Ning's side and bowed seriously to Ding Ning. She said softly, "When I fought with you earlier, I said that I would do my best to control my strength to the low level of qi refining. You said that if I did that, I would have more opportunities to train. It turns out that your true cultivation is already above mine. If both of us use our full strength, you will be able to defeat me very quickly and easily. However, you also intentionally suppressed your strength to the low level of qi refining to fight me. Through a pure contest of sword skills with me, I learned a lot, so I have to thank you." Ding Ning said calmly, "I made that choice because you made that choice first, so you don't have to thank me." Shashiya bowed once more. Without saying anything more, he turned around and left. "You defeated him with just your sword skills?" Yi Ming looked at the departing Shashiya with an expression of disbelief. "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, it has only been a month. How did you cultivate?" "Senior sect brother, you have too many questions. I can't explain it to you right now. Why don't you go to the viewing platform and ask me what happened?" Ding Ning really couldn't take it anymore. He reached out to Yi Ming and said, "Give me the token." Not far from where Ding Ning and Yi Ming were fighting, Zhong Yi and Su Qin stood on top of two old pine trees covered in vines. Junior sect brother Ding Ning is indeed a 1 in a million genius. As senior sect brothers, we should do our best to help him. How can we plot against him? Seeing Yi Ming hand over the token and leave, Zhongyi turned around and tried to persuade Su Qin, whose face was as cold as water. Su Qin glanced at him coldly. His figure moved, and he swept down from the old pine tree and was about to leave. Zhongyi was finally a little annoyed. He stomped his feet, and the old pine tree under his feet was instantly shaken into innumerable dry needles that flew out. Junior sect brother Su Qin, what are you thinking? He said angrily. Su Qin turned to look at him and said with a cold smile, it's not the first day you know me. You should know that I, Su Qin, have never given up halfway. Don't think about driving anyone to fight junior sect brother Ding Ning. Zhongyi floated up from the old pine tree and landed not far from Su Qin. He said word by word, I will never allow you to do that. Su Qin's eyebrows rose up. Zhongyi looked at him and said with a determined expression, if you act like this again, I will act. You will protect him even at the risk of not being able to win in the end. Su Qin was silent for a moment and said with slight disdain, if that is the case, then I will let him stay for one more day. Sensing the irrevocable meaning in Su Qin's words, Zhongyi's brow furrowed deeply. Su Qin turned and left. He expressionlessly looked at the fallen leaves at the bottom of his boots. He looked at the fallen leaves that had sunk deep into the mud because of his feet. They would eventually mix with the mud and become a part of the mud. More coldness appeared at the corners of his mouth. He and Zhongyi had fundamentally different views of Ding Ning and his fellow sect members. Zhongyi said they had to help each other, but in his eyes, in the world of cultivators, there were only two possibilities. Step on people or be stepped on. If they could not step on people to advance, they would slowly rot like these fallen leaves in the mud and become the most ordinary and inconspicuous part. The more conspicuous and extraordinary a person was, such as Zhongyi and Ding Ning, they had to be stepped on as soon as possible. He envied talent, but did not fear becoming enemies with these people. Because if he feared even the talent of his opponent, what courage would he have to defeat stronger opponents in the future, and cross the dangerous barriers on the path of cultivation? 4 pillars of smoke lit up. Su Qin slowly walked towards the area where the 4 pillars of smoke lit up. At the same time, a Green Vine Sword Academy disciple who did not look outstanding and kept a low profile slowly walked towards the direction of the smoke. From time to time, his right hand would reach into his bosom and touch the small sword wrapped in cloth. The presence given off by the sword caused warmth to surge through his body, and he even forgot his hunger and thirst. He was Mo Chen. Suddenly, he stopped. A student also dressed in the robes of the Green Vine Sword Academy walked out of the thin mist in front of him. This was a very tall young man. On his back were 2 long swords with golden hilts. Senior sect brother Mo, I am sorry. Looking at Mo Chen, this youth bowed apologetically and pulled out the 2 long swords on his back. I have not fought today. Senior sect brother Mo, you should know that there are fewer and fewer opponents. It is not easy to find one. Of course Mo Chen recognized this youth. This youth was Li Danxia. Other than He Zhaoxi, the Green Vine Sword Academy's most likely person to enter the top 3. While his cultivation was not as high as He Zhaoxi, Zhongyi and the others, he had reached Realm 2 and entered Vital Energy Realm. Knowing that this was an opponent he could not defeat with his true strength, Mo Chen took a deep breath. His right hand reached into his bosom and tightly gripped the hilt of the small sword. Then he bowed to Li Danxia and said softly, Junior sect brother Li, I am sorry. Li Danxia stilled slightly. He thought that Mo Chen's mood was too heavy and disappointed, so he said something wrong. He coughed a little awkwardly and did not say anything more. He raised the 2 swords in his hands and made a gesture of inviting the other to attack. Mo Chen raised his head. His heart beat like a drum, and his eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. This unusual gaze caused Li Danxia to feel a strong sense of unease. Mo Chen took a deep breath. A wave of physical energy flowed out of his energy sea and poured out of his palm without reservation. Li Danxia's pupils contracted violently. The cloth wrapped around the small sword was torn to pieces by Mo Chen's physical energy. The moment the small silver sword was exposed to the air, the physical energy around the small sword was swallowed up by the dense seal scripts. There was a light explosion. The small silver sword emitted countless dazzling rays of light. Countless strands of light floated up like snow-white dandelions. The rapidly expanding aura even shook off the hair tie that Mo Chen was wearing, causing his long black hair to flutter behind him. In this moment, this square-faced student of the Green Vine Sword Academy, who was usually quiet and inconspicuous, gave off a heart-shaking demonic presence. Li Danxia subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Feeling the terrifying presence coming off the other's sword, he poured his vital energy into the two swords in his hands without reservation. The hilts of his two swords were gold, but the blades were crimson red. As his vital energy poured in, patches of gold and crimson red light mixed together. The two swords were like two burning rays of sunset. Mo Chen flew up and swung his sword at the two rays of sunset. As he swung his sword, countless scenes appeared in his mind. He saw the people of the Mo Marquesate establishment completely ignore his existence as they walked by. He saw the Mo family of An City living frugally. He saw the expectant gazes of countless people when he left An City for Changling. He saw himself running into walls everywhere in Changling, and unable to pass the exams of many of the schools he admired. He saw the shadow of the Mo family covering him. He saw himself helplessly writing letters to An City's family. He saw the An City's people begging for many dried medicinal herbs that were originally used to prolong the lives of the elders of the family, decorating them with jade boxes and sending them to the home of an important person in Changling. He saw himself enter the Green Vine Sword Academy in the end, but achieve nothing. In the end, the scene in front of him was this small sword giving off snowy white dandelions. His heart was filled with injustice. He wanted to cut down those unjust scenes with one blow. The dancing snowy white dandelions and the burning sunset finally met. The color of the sunset in Li Danxia's eyes immediately disappeared. He only saw countless white dandelions flying over. His breathing completely stopped. A huge force surged over, and the two swords in his hands were all broken in the middle. The flying swords instead slashed onto his body. Two streams of blood sprayed out of his body. In the next moment, he uncontrollably retreated more than a dozen steps and sat down on the ground. Chapter 80. The viewing platform was in an uproar. Xie Changsheng turned in shock to look at Xie Ru and asked, "Sister, what sword is he using?" "The sword energy is like snow and dandelion flowers. He is only in Vital Energy Realm but can produce power greater than Vital Energy Realm 3rd class. This can only be the snow dandelion sword." Xie Ru took a deep breath and said slowly. Xie Changsheng and Xu Hashan exchanged a look and said emotionally, "The snow dandelion sword forged by Ji Tianxue of the Divine Craftsman Workshop of the Chu dynasty?" Xie Ru took another deep breath and turned to look at the two. She said, "Compared to the power of this sword, I want to know why this sword is in his hands and here." Xie Changsheng and Xu Hashan's gazes immediately stopped on Duanmu Lian, who was nearby. The snow dandelion sword was a famed sword in the Chu dynasty. The Divine Craftsman Workshop was also the workshop of the Imperial Palace. Only a true member of the Imperial family could have such a famed sword. Duanmu Lian's eyes were filled with absolute shock. This trial had given the Green Vine Sword Academy too many surprises. Of course, he did not know how an ordinary disciple like Mo Chen could have such a sword. "This is not fair." A grave voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and found that the person speaking was He Zhaoxi, who rarely spoke and only used his time to cultivate. "This is not fair." Facing everyone's gazes, He Zhaoxi repeated his words. Then he looked at Duanmu Lian and said, "Just the power of this snow dandelion sword is enough to defeat most of the participants of the Sword Trial Festival. This is the case for anyone who holds this sword. This has nothing to do with the cultivator's strength." Duanmu Lian knew that He Zhaoxi spoke the truth. Especially in a place like the Sword Trial Valley, other Vital Energy Realm cultivators could not replenish their vital energy after they used it. But Mo Chen, who had the snow dandelion sword, could always release Vital Energy Realm power. However, the rules of the Sword Trial Festival did not stipulate this. In reality, each person's sword was different. Some people's swords had unique uses, and there were differences in quality. However, they were not as shocking as the sword in Mo Chen's hand. So Duanmu Lian could not make a decision. He turned to look at Shui Wangshu and Di Qingmai on the viewing platform. What do you think? After only one night, Di Qingmai's eyes were less vicious and more peaceful. He asked Shui Wangshu softly. Shui Wangshu looked at him and smiled. My opinion should be the same as yours. Di Qingmai nodded and turned to look at the hesitant Duanmu Lian. He said slowly, no matter. He Zhaoxi stilled. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but Di Qingmai's gaze landed on him. Di Qingmai continued, rules are rules. The rules that have been set cannot be changed. Also, even if Mo Chen has such a sword, I am certain that there are people in this valley who can defeat him. Moreover, since Mo Chen had such a sword, it meant that he had a wider world ahead of him compared to others. If a disciple like this can get one of the 3 seats, I think it is a good thing. The rewards of the Sword Trial Festival will be of great help to him. The viewing platform became silent again. Everyone pondered Di Qingmai's words and gradually felt that Di Qingmai's decision was not a problem as a sect master and considering the future of the entire sword school. He Zhaoxi's brows slowly relaxed. He bowed slightly to Di Qingmai and did not object. Night once again fell on the Sword Trial Valley. The Sword Trial Valley once again became peaceful. During the coldest time of the night, many of the spectating students all stood up at the same time, once again gathering on several viewing platforms. A line of smoke that signaled departure lit up. Many sparks rose into the sky in a beautiful sight. A Green Vine Sword Academy disciple started to run quickly in the darkness. This was the last day. According to the rules of the Sword Trial Festival, whoever could reach the exit of the Sword Trial Valley the fastest and obtain a green suet jade placed at the exit would be the final winner. A trial like this naturally required intelligence. So this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple had traveled many miles before entering the designated area in the day and found a safe path to the exit. While this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple had used up a lot of energy during the day and was extremely tired, he was filled with confidence and thought he could reach the exit of the Sword Trial Valley as quickly as possible. However, after running for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he suddenly stopped when he saw that he was not far from the Sword Trial Valley. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. In the day, there should have been a passage in front of him. But now, the passage in front of him had disappeared, and there was only an unusually thick wall of vines. After being stunned for a few breaths of time, he walked forward a little, wanting to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. Just a few steps away, the silent wall of vines in front of him suddenly moved. With many hissing sounds, dozens of vines shot out at the same time. This Green Vine Sword Academy disciple shouted in shock. As he swung his sword, there were continuous explosions and sparks. The dozens of vines attacking him were all thick vines with skin as hard as steel. The sword in his hand was knocked away in a breath's time. Under his despairing gaze, dozens of vines surged onto his body at the same time, wrapping him up like a dumpling. A Green Vine Sword Academy teacher floated down from above. The vines wrapped around this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple scattered like water. Then the Green Vine Sword Academy teacher took this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple who had lost the right to continue fighting and left. After a few dozen breaths of time, the thin mist that had just calmed down surged, and Su Qin's tall figure appeared unhurriedly. He stopped at where this Green Vine Sword Academy disciple had been and stared at the wall of vines that had not appeared during the day. After confirming that this wall of vines had completely blocked off all the passages leading to the exit of the canyon, and sensing the slow loss of the primal energies of the universe from all the vines in this wall of vines, he was completely at ease. He sat down cross-legged and then closed his eyes to rest. Almost at the same time, Ding Ning arrived at the other side of the wall of vines. He could sense the changes in the primal energies of the universe even more clearly than Su Qin. He could even sense that this wall of vines extended horizontally as though it was connected to the two sides of the mountain. Based on the speed at which the primal energies of the universe were dissipating, this wall of vines would not disappear before tomorrow's noon. So he picked a clean rock nearby and laid down, closing his eyes to sleep and wait for the sunrise. The sky gradually brightened. The darkness gradually faded. When the first ray of light fell into the valley, All the students on the viewing platform who were still awake exclaimed at the same time. These exclamations also woke up the sleeping students. Then, the students who were woken up immediately exclaimed in surprise. All of the light blue mist started to dissipate. Most of the lush vines started to wither and yellow. All of the leaves started to fall. The entire Sword Trial Valley suddenly became clear and bright. Only the wall of vines that was dozens of feet wide and as straight as a city wall still existed on the two sides of the valley. In front of this almost impenetrable wall of vines, there were only 7 figures left. Ding Ning, Nangong Tsaishu, Zhong Yi, Su Qin, Mo Chen. Other than these 5, there were 2 other students from the Green Vine Sword Academy, Liu Yangguang and Mu Liunian. Looking down from above, these 7 people were scattered all over the place. As the surrounding vines withered, it was only then that he could clearly see the positions of the people around him. However, all of them were actually not far from each other. Among them, the closest one was only 100 feet away. It seems that it's time to end it completely. Ding Ning stretched and looked at the people around him. His expression was still calm. It is finally time. A cold smile appeared on Su Qin's face. His gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped on Mo Chen's face. Then, before anyone else could make a move, he was the first to walk towards Mo Chen. What does he want to do? This was a particularly visually impactful day for all the spectators. Many people, who had just recovered from their shock, looked at Su Qin's actions and couldn't help but speak. First, deal with the weakest in his eyes. This way, including him, there will only be 6 left. Ku Shichuan, who had not spoken for a long time, said coldly, Zhong Yi, Ding Ning and Nangong Tsaishu are clearly on the same side. After he deals with the weakest in his eyes, he will use this to persuade the other 2 to be on the same side. Xie Changsheng and Xu Hashan exchanged a look. While the 2 of them disliked Ku Shichuan, they felt that Ku Shichuan was right. Pity that Mo Chen is not the soft persimmon he imagines. Xie Changsheng rejoiced and could not help but say softly. Yet the matter did not develop as he had expected. Seeing Su Qin slowly walk towards him, Mo Chen silently raised his head. Then he gripped the small silver sword and started to channel physical energy into it. A surging aura surged out of the small sword in his hand again, blowing his black hair back again, as if countless demons were twisting and dancing in the air. Su Qin immediately stopped and his eyes flashed with unusual cold light. I want to first fight Ding Ning. Mo Chen looked at the cold light flashing in his eyes and said softly but firmly. Su Qin stilled slightly and then smiled faintly. He said, that is wonderful. Chapter 81. Mo Chen stilled slightly. He saw something from the smile on Su Qin's face. Su Qin had already turned around. His gaze landed on Liu Yangguang and Mu Liunian. Then he walked towards Mu Liunian, smiled slightly, and said, please. Mu Liunian's expression turned cold. At the side, Liu Yangguang's face paled slightly. They had been shocked by the power of the snow dandelion sword in Mo Chen's hand. They did not understand what Su Qin meant by challenging someone in a situation like this. In their view, the more impatient a person was, the more exhausted they would be. They would not be able to fight to the end. Senior sect brother Zhong Yi. Ding Ning's gaze moved away from the snow dandelion sword in Mo Chen's hand. He frowned and said softly to Zhong Yi, if you want to fight, you can fight now. If Su Qin kills Mu Liunian, he will fight us together with Mo Chen and Liu Yangguang. The 3 of us are weak. Liu Yangguang should not refuse Su Qin's invitation. Zhong Yi's expression was slightly bitter. He said softly, junior sect brother Su Qin is fighting against outsiders. How can I fight against him first? If it is as you say, then I will fight with all my power and see if I can protect you. Ding Ning stilled. He looked helplessly at him and said seriously, senior sect brother Zhong Yi, you are too soft-hearted. Zhong Yi turned to look at him and said sincerely, benevolence, righteousness, and friendship are the most important thing for disciples of the same sect. As the eldest Shixiang, whether others can do it or not, I must set an example first. Ding Ning looked at him and thought of a certain person in the past. He grew silent and thought of the wall in his falling parasol wine shop. You should understand why I have come to find you now. Looking at Mu Liunian, who had not moved, Su Qin said, because you are weaker than the others. His voice was calm, but it could immediately incite people's anger. Mu Liunian's eyes immediately burned. With a clang, his sword was unsheathed. The blade of his sword was also abnormally straight, but as his fingers tightened on the hilt, there was a soft sound on the blade, and many curved thorns popped out. His sword instantly looked like a fish bone. This was the unique fish spine sword of Yangmen County. Every curved thorn could lock the opponent's sword in battle, preventing the opponent's sword from moving according to the momentum. Without any hesitation, the fish spine sword in Mu Liunian's hand instantly transformed into dozens of sword shadows, enveloping Su Qin. These dozens of sword shadows were real shadows left behind by the fish spine sword as it rapidly pierced through the air. Furthermore, they left behind real sword chi, making them look like real swords flying through the air. But facing these sword shadows, Su Qin only smiled mockingly. He waved his left hand, and a vigorous true essence flowed into the sword hilt in his hand. The purple sword swung out. It was just a purple sword shadow, but the dozens of sword shadows that came at him were all shattered. Mu Liunian shouted harshly. The power in his body surged out without reservation. The moment his real sword and Su Qin's sword met, the curved thorns on his sword locked onto Su Qin's sword. But with a bang, he felt his hand heat up. Even though he had locked onto Su Qin's sword, the fish spine sword in his hand was still pulled to the side by an irresistible force. Su Qin smiled faintly. As a wave of true essence flowed in, the sword in his hand quickly curved. A crescent-shaped sword light cut into Mu Liunian's chest. Mu Liunian found to his shock that while he had locked onto Su Qin's sword, in reality, it was Su Qin who had locked onto his sword. Looking at the sword light that cut into his chest, he stopped breathing, released his hand, and flew back. Even so, a bloody light still came out of his chest. Looking at this astounding sword, Mo Chen gripped the snow dandelion sword even tighter. Liu Yangguang's face grew paler. He is really strong. Nangong Caishu breathed deeply. She looked at the fish spine sword that had fallen off Su Qin's sword like a fish bone. She asked Zhongyi gravely, "What sword is that in his hand?" Junior sect brother Su Qin's sword is called Purple Su. Zhongyi looked at her and Ding Ning. He said gravely, along with the wind willow sword manual he cultivates, his sword is like a willow branch in the wind, soft and ever-changing. Also, junior sect brother Su Qin is both soft and hard. He has improved greatly compared to the past years. I will not attack you because there can be 3 winners in the end. Su Qin put away his sword and looked at the pale Liu Yangguang. He said slowly, "I know your Yangguang sword is not bad. Also, your name has the Liu in it. The sword manual I cultivate also has the Liu in it. We are fated. You can fight with me and Mo Chen. If we can defeat Zhongyi, Ding Ning and Nangong Caishu, we will be the final winners of the Sword Trial Festival." Liu Yangguang's body shook. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the paleness on his face instantly turned into a strange blush. The final victory and the green suet jade are more tempting than any words. It seems that you are unfortunately right. Nangong Caishu's eyes narrowed slightly. Senior sect brother Zhongyi, you go deal with Mo Chen. I will delay Su Qin. Ding Ning, you go deal with Liu Yangguang. As long as senior sect brother Zhongyi can defeat Mo Chen, I can delay Su Qin. If Ding Ning can defeat Liu Yangguang, then the 3 of you will be the final winners. If you cannot defeat him, then wait for senior sect brother Zhongyi. I will do my best to delay for you. Zhongyi looked at Nangong Caishu and said hesitantly, "This does not seem good." "Of course not." Ding Ning smiled. Zhongyi and Nangong Caishu looked in puzzlement at him. They did not understand why he could smile so brightly at this time. "I have a better choice." Ding Ning looked at the 3 people slowly walking over and said softly, "Senior sect brother Zhongyi, you go deal with Mo Chen. Nangong Caishu, you go deal with Liu Yangguang." Zhongyi and Nangong Caishu stilled and asked in unison, "What about you?" Ding Ning looked at the 2 as though they were idiots and said, "Only me and Su Qin are left." Of course, I will go deal with Su Qin. Zhongyi frowned and looked back at Ding Ning as though he was an idiot. Little sect brother, I do not understand what is so good about your plan. Ding Ning laughed and said, her plan is to sacrifice herself. My plan can let the three of us win in the end. Of course, it is not just a little better. Nangong Tsaishu looked at Ding Ning as though she was looking at an idiot. All three of us win in the end? You mean you can defeat Su Qin? Ding Ning nodded seriously. I know you do not believe me, but I really can. Zhongyi and Nangong Tsaishu exchanged a look. Little sect brother, I know you are talented, but your words sound like you are sacrificing yourself to trick us. Zhongyi frowned and said, this is not good. Nangong Tsaishu took a deep breath and looked at Ding Ning. She said, give me a reason to believe you. Ding Ning looked at her and nodded. He said, I have hidden things. Also, I read the Wind Willow Sword manual carefully in the library cave. At the mention of the library cave, Nangong Tsaishu suddenly thought of many things. She grew excited and nervous, but she was still uncertain. She said suspiciously, you really read the Wind Willow Sword manual carefully? Looking at her clear eyes, Ding Ning was slightly embarrassed. He did not even know where the Wind Willow Sword manual was in the library cave. He had not paid attention to this sword manual, but he still had a confident expression. Of course. Zhongyi said, little sect brother. Ding Ning flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, it's fine if you're soft-hearted, but if you continue to be so wishy-washy, I'll scold you. I choose to believe you, but if you can't do it and I can get the green suet jade, I will give it to you. Don't be so wishy-washy when the time comes. Nangong Tsaishu took a deep breath. Her eyes flashed with a determined look. Ding Ning clapped his hands. Deal. Little sect brother. Zhongyi spoke again. Ding Ning frowned and was about to explode. Due to the circumstances, I can only choose to believe you this time, Zhongyi said immediately. Ding Ning's anger immediately turned to laughter. Eldest sect brother, you are not bad. But to his embarrassment and anger, Zhongyi walked past him. As he walked quickly towards Mo Chen, he whispered in his ear, but the White Goat Library Cave does not have the Wind Willow Sword manual. The Wind Willow Sword manual is Su Qin's family heirloom. So, little junior brother, you still lied. A person must be honest. Especially Nangong Tsaishu, this girl is not bad. Zhongyi, what do you mean? Seeing Zhongyi walk towards Mo Chen, Su Qin's pupils contracted slightly. He sneered and said, your opponent is me. Choosing an opponent is not something you can decide on your own. Nangong Tsaishu raised the fish scale sword in her hand and pointed at Liu Yangguang. Senior sect brother Yangguang, I will test your Yangguang sword. Liu Yangguang stilled slightly and looked towards Su Qin. Su Qin did not understand and frowned at Ding Ning. Ding Ning laughed and said in a fake and nauseating tone, senior sect brother Su Qin, come fight. Chapter 82. Mo Chen couldn't help but look towards Ding Ning. But Zhongyi moved slightly and blocked his view of Ding Ning. Zhongyi looked warmly at him and the snow dandelion sword in his hand. He said politely, your sword is very good, but your cultivation is much weaker than mine. So you cannot be faster than me. Unless you can defeat me, your opponent can only be me. Mo Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. He glanced at Su Qin and Ding Ning nearby and then nodded in greeting. You are right. Hearing Ding Ning's insincere and nauseating call, Su Qin was silent for a moment and then laughed scornfully. You want to delay me and help others, but you think you can delay me? Ding Ning shook his head and said slowly with a smile, I do not want to delay you, but defeat you. Su Qin looked scornfully at him. The night has passed, and the sun has risen. Stop dreaming. You did not believe I could pass the entrance tests of White Goat Cave at the gates of White Goat Cave. You also felt it was impossible. But I proved it to you. I passed the tests, and faster than you. Ding Ning put away his smile and looked calmly at him. He said, before this, you also thought I could not defeat He Zhaoxi. But I didn't just defeat him, I also defeated the opponents you drove over. You never understood where my confidence came from, but I am confident I can defeat you now. Su Qin stared at him with a cold gaze. Ding Ning looked back calmly and continued. While I have been in White Goat Cave for the shortest time, White Goat Cave has given me many surprises. Shui, sect uncle Li Daoji, eldest sect brother Zhong Yi, they are all very cute people. But just like how you did not like me from the start, I also did not like you from the start. You always have the presence of stepping on others to advance. Even your fellow sect brothers who respect and admire you are stepping stones you can step on at any time. I do not want someone like you to stay in White Goat Cave. So after you lose to me, it is best you disappear from my sight quickly. Otherwise, I will change my methods to deal with you. A smile appeared at the corners of Su Qin's mouth. His eyes shone with true murderousness. You dare to threaten me? Senior sect brother Su Qin, I have said all I want to say, so do not waste words. Ding Ning also smiled. He held his sword across his chest and said, this is the last time I will call you senior sect brother. Su Qin's expression did not change much, but the killing intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker, like a flame burning in his eyes. What does this mean? There was dead silence on the viewing platform. Everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. Ever since Zhong Yi walked towards Mo Chen and Nangong Caishu stopped Liu Yangguang, Xie Changsheng's fists had tightened. Seeing Ding Ning hold his sword against Su Qin, he could not control his emotions. He walked in front of Ku Shichuan and begged with a lowered head. Ku Shichuan, why don't you say a few more things about Ding Ning? You still do not give up. You think that if I say a few words, Ding Ning can defeat Su Qin? Ku Shichuan looked disdainfully at him and sneered. Since you are so childish, then I will do as you wish. Ding Ning can defeat Su Qin unless the sun rises from the west. Xie Changsheng, is there something wrong with your head? Shu Hashan angrily pulled Xie Changsheng back. Even if your childish method can bring luck to Ding Ning, what does Ding Ning have to do with you? Do you have to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone? How does it have nothing to do with me? Hearing Shu Hashan's reprimand, Xie Changsheng also roared in anger. Do you know my sister better than I do? Do you think my sister was joking around when she said those words? Since my sister is serious, then he is now my future brother-in-law. Xie Ru did not pay attention to the argument between Xie Changsheng and Shu Hashan. All of her attention was focused on Ding Ning and Su Qin. Do you really think you can defeat Su Qin? She kept repeating this sentence in her heart. Shui Wangshu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He looked at Li Daoji nearby, and then at the calm Ding Ning. He said slowly inside, if you can win, I will beg for your life. Su Qin did not say anything else. Everyone knew he was going to act, so he really did, reaching out with his left hand. His violet reborn sword had a soft body and was usually wrapped around his left arm. At this moment, he reached out with his left hand and the sword hilt fell into his hand. A purple light spun around his wrist and instantly formed a long sword. With a hum, he swung his sword towards the air in front of him. This sword seemed casual, and was far from Ding Ning's body. It could not touch him. But when he swung his sword, a purple crescent sword light jumped out of his sword and appeared in front of Ding Ning's throat. Ding Ning's remnant sword appeared in front of this sword light. The inky green sword was immediately covered in small white flowers. The purple crescent sword light collided with the small white flowers and was immediately shattered. The inky green remnant sword could not avoid being pushed back, and a small line of blood appeared on Ding Ning's throat. Still lacking a bit. Ding Ning's gaze was still calm without any fear. He grinned and showed his white teeth. Then try this sword. Su Qin coldly spat out these words. The purple long sword in his left hand that had been swinging in the cold autumn wind suddenly straightened. In a flash, his right foot stomped heavily on the ground. His vital energy surged wildly into his left arm, and then into the seal scripts on the purple longsword in his hand. There was a loud bang. His entire body flew through the air. Purple clouds swirled around the purple longsword in his hand, and he stabbed towards Ding Ning's body in an extremely barbaric manner. Everyone on the viewing platform held their breaths. In this moment, all the spectating students felt that Su Qin's sword had become a spear that charged forward with pure speed and power on the battlefield. Ding Ning's pupils contracted violently. His body jumped slightly. He first raised the remnant sword in his hand and then pressed it down. He accurately used the front half of the sword to press down on the tip of Su Qin's sword. An enormous and irresistible power passed through the remnant sword into Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's body first paused in the air and then fell heavily. Then he accelerated backwards and fell hard into the vine forest behind him. He caused all the remaining yellow leaves in the withered vine forest to fall and dance in the air. Su Qin's eyes gradually narrowed. There was no pride on his face. Ding Ning had stood up among the yellow leaves. He once again raised the eye-catching inky green remnant sword. His left hand wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He once again bared his white teeth at Su Qin and said with a smile, "This sword is still lacking." Nangong Caishu stood in front of Liu Yangguang, facing this senior sect brother who was half a head taller than her. She looked at Ding Ning's figure falling into the vines and kicking up yellow leaves. She took a deep breath and then exhaled. She gave off an ear-piercing howl. The fish scale sword in her hand attacked in a straight line. At the same time, the green vine short sword stabbed out of her left sleeve. It also moved in a straight line and gave off layers of power. Liu Yangguang stopped breathing. He retreated and swung his long sword with all his power. The sword light seemed to form a shield of light in front of him. There was a loud explosion. His retreating figure suddenly sped up and he could not steady himself after taking 5 or 6 steps back. Blood dripped from his hand and palm. His face grew pale again. He looked at the bloody path by Nangong Caishu's waist. He breathed rapidly and said in a trembling voice, "You are so seriously wounded. Why do you still use such a strong sword move? You cannot last long like this." Nangong Caishu looked at him and said unconcernedly, "I do not need to last long. This is the final battle. I only need to defeat you before I fall." Liu Yangguang's voice had only been trembling before, but when he looked at her eyes, his bleeding hand uncontrollably trembled. "Whether or not you can withstand my first 2 attacks is not important. What is important is whether or not you can withstand my 3rd attack." Looking at Ding Ning's provocative smile, Su Qin was not angry. He said softly, "If you cannot withstand my 3rd attack, one of your arms may be completely crippled." Su Qin's voice was dark and cold. Other people would feel great terror, but Ding Ning's gaze was unusually calm. He shook his head and said softly, "Since you say so, then it may be your arm that is crippled." Su Qin was expressionless. He would do whatever it took to complete what he decided to do. He took a deep breath and pushed out all the negative emotions in his body. Then he poured all the vital energy in his body into the purple longsword in his hand. There was a hum. The seal scripts on the purple longsword were so bright they looked like they were about to split. The blade was so smooth it looked like water would drip out. The edge of the sword extended outwards and became thinner. However, the sword did not become even straighter due to the concentration of power. Instead, the entire sword curled slightly, like a slightly curled willow leaf. Chapter 83. Zhong Yi had not attacked in the beginning. He had only been looking worriedly at the battle between Ding Ning and Su Qin. But when he saw Su Qin's vital energy pour out of his body, his expression changed dramatically. His feet paused slightly and he was about to fly over. Yet at this moment, Mo Chen, who had been motionless all this time, took a deep breath. He channeled all the vital energy stored in his arm into the snow dandelion sword in his hand. Transparent lines appeared in the air between him and Zhong Yi. In the next moment, the snow dandelion sword in his hand seemed to burn and gave off light. His body seemed to be lifted by the power of the snow dandelion sword, flying forward and stabbing towards Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi had a gentle personality. His sword was like green jade and unusually warm. But when he felt the true murderousness in Su Qin's attack, he was not as gentle as usual. A low shout came out of his mouth, and countless white sword chi suddenly surged out of the green jade-like sword body. These sword energies quickly gathered at the tip of the sword. In a moment, it seemed to become a small white mountain. He used all of his strength to lift the sword and move the small mountain, smashing it towards Mo Chen. This was the white goat mountain carrying sword. It was one of the most difficult and powerful sword moves in the White Goat Sword Manual to master. There was a loud explosion. Mo Chen felt as if he had been smashed by a small mountain. Several strands of pure true essence even directly invaded his chi-si along with the vibrations of the sword. A surge of blood came out of his mouth. He immediately retreated a dozen steps. Zhongyi turned around, but there was no joy on his face. Because Su Qin had already drawn his sword. Along with the subtle movements of his wrist, the entire purple longsword curled up in a strange way, forming a hollow flood dragon. This hollow flood dragon was like a scabbard that accurately caught Ding Ning's sword move and covered Ding Ning's remnant sword and half of his arm. When Su Qin stabbed, Li Daoji instinctively took a step forward on the viewing platform, and his hand landed on the sword hilt in front of his chest. Almost all the students on the viewing platform felt a strong chill in their hearts. This bastard. Di Qingmei's expression changed dramatically. He was so angry that he almost lost control of the blue energy in his sleeve. Originally, he did not have good intentions towards Ding Ning. But Shui Wangshu's words had not only caused him to gain enlightenment in his cultivation, but also caused him to reflect on his own way of life. His view of Ding Ning, Zhongyi, and the other White Goat Cave disciples had completely changed. At this moment, Su Qin's attack was vicious. Every part of the curled sword had great power. Right now, his sword move covered half of Ding Ning's arm. It was not as simple as just sending Ding Ning's sword flying. If this attack landed, the meridians and bones in half of Ding Ning's arm would shatter. Su Qin had used up all of his vital energy to launch this attack. In terms of speed and power, Ding Ning could not compare. Now, the sword move was like a cage that covered Ding Ning's sword and half of his arm. Even he could not think of a way to defeat this attack. Su Qin is too insidious. How is this a trial by fire between fellow disciples? When Su Qin's sword move first appeared, Xie Changsheng started to curse angrily. Xie Ru could not help but feel cold. She had always been a woman stronger than many men, but at this moment, she felt a strong sense of helplessness. Ku Shichuan had a disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, the terrifying scene of Ding Ning's arm being mangled and bone flying appeared. But in his view, Ding Ning had asked for this. Everyone could see Su Qin's intentions, but no one could stop Su Qin's attack in time. The spinning sword wrapped around Ding Ning's remnant sword and half of his arm. It started to quickly tighten and curl like a willow leaf losing its moisture. This curling caused different parts of the sword to have different rhythms. It was as if many swords were using different speeds to attack Ding Ning's arm with their edges and bodies. There was not much room to maneuver in this small space. In this kind of space, Ding Ning's arm could not move, and he could not use any exquisite sword moves. Even the power of the peak energy refinement realm was not enough to match Su Qin's vital energy realm power. No one seemed to be able to change the fate of Ding Ning's arm being cut off. However, something strange seemed to be happening in the cold air at this moment. Su Qin looked coldly at Ding Ning. He suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Because Ding Ning's expression was still very calm, and even somewhat at ease. His grip on his sword hilt tightened, and his knuckles grew whiter and whiter. Ding Ning was even more at ease than Su Qin had imagined. In everyone's view, this unsolvable and dangerous attack was nothing to him. Compared to the truly exquisite sword moves of the world, Su Qin's attack was a child's play. Of course, with his true cultivation and realm, there was only one way to deal with Su Qin's attack. However, as long as there was one way, it would be enough. As Su Qin's sword quickly tightened like a dehydrated willow leaf, his physical energy flowed smoothly into the many seal scripts on the last flower remnant sword in his hand. At the same time, they flowed into those tiny cracks that extended like the sword hilt. There were many tiny white flowers on the body of the dark green sword in his hand. They carried a poignant yet beautiful aura as they flew forward and then disappeared. Then the inky green sword truly split open and spread apart. The dark green sword's body was like a blooming flower, dispersing into countless sword threads. Moreover, as the true energy flowed, these sword threads rapidly extended in the air, growing longer and longer. Everyone on the grandstand held their breaths. Everyone, including Di Qingmai, was shocked and perplexed. Some people even lost their souls. How could something like this happen? Ding Ning's arm remained straight and motionless in the shrinking purple longsword. Yet, these flying sword threads landed on Su Qin's palm, Su Qin's wrist, and Su Qin's arm. Many of the edges of Su Qin's purple longsword were only a short distance from Ding Ning's arm. Yet, Ding Ning's expression was still calm, and even his breathing was not disturbed. He only maintained the flow of physical energy and allowed the sword threads to pierce Su Qin's flesh, cut through the tendons in Su Qin's flesh, and even penetrate his bones. In this moment, tiny flowers of blood appeared on Su Qin's sword-wielding hand. His arrogant face instantly turned pale and distorted. He let out an extremely shrill shriek, and like a wounded bird, he flew backwards. The purple longsword was just a hair away from cutting Ding Ning's arm. Yet, all the tendons and flesh were cut, and even the bones were riddled with holes. He could not use any more power. A loud crash was heard. The curled purple longsword spun uncontrollably in the air. It collided with many sword threads in the air and created many small sparks. Yet, to the shock of many people on the viewing platform, the sharp edge of this purple longsword could not cut through any of the seemingly small sword threads. After the sword threads scattered and softened for a moment, they quickly recovered their hardness and straightness. They quickly gathered and turned back into an inky green remnant sword. Su Qin screamed as he retreated. His rapid retreat caused the sword threads to bring out more pieces of flesh and bone as they left his arm. His left hand was twisted out of shape like a boneless phoenix claw. As he screamed, he shouted the question many people wanted to ask. What sword is this? Ding Ning's gaze landed on the inky green remnant sword in his hand. He did not answer Su Qin's question and remained silent. At this moment, he was not even thinking about Su Qin's hand. He was thinking about the many stories of this sword and its owner. On the deathly silent viewing platform, Duanmu Lian looked at the inky green remnant sword. The scene of the sword's extension remained in his mind. He finally overlapped this half-broken sword with a famed sword from a long time ago. He said in disbelief, the last flower sword that only cares about what is in front of it and not behind it. Each blow is like the last. This is Ba Mountain Yang Xinlan's last flower sword. Some students on the viewing platform had never heard of this sword. Some had, but because they had not experienced the era before the Yuanwu Emperor's ascension, when many stunning cultivators of the Qin dynasty had disappeared, they were still young. So at this moment, they did not feel much shock at the story of this sword. But for Di Qingmai and many of the older teachers of the Green Vine Sword Academy, it was completely different. This sword itself was a legend. It represented an attitude that would rather break than bend. In many people's eyes, it was an attitude that did not know how to adapt to the situation. However, they had not expected that the inconspicuous broken sword in Ding Ning's hand was the remnant of that sword and could possess such power. Back then, did Li Daoji already see that Ding Ning had such a comprehension of the Wildfire Sword Manual? That was when Ding Ning had just comprehended the Wildfire Sword Manual. Had Ding Ning already comprehended the true meaning of the Wildfire Sword Manual back then? The shock expanded infinitely in Di Qingmei's eyes. He was one of the few great cultivators in Changling, so he knew the true meaning of the Wildfire Sword Manual was not in the wildfire burning the plains, but that the wildfire could not burn, and would grow again when the spring wind blew. When the sword's presence was used up, there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. Just now, while Ding Ning's attack relied on the last flower sword's own characteristics, the sword essence of the Wildfire Sword Manual was enough to move every great swordsman. At this time, he finally understood why Li Daoji, who had not left White Goat Cave for a long time, had come out and risked a battle to find this remnant sword for Ding Ning. This sword can extend like this. You have always been so confident because you were hiding something like this. Pain and terror finally took over Su Qin's mind. He looked at his bloody left hand that was definitely crippled and could not recover. He laughed crazily. You crippled my hand. You wanted to cripple my hand, so I crippled yours. Hearing his wild laughter, Ding Ning looked up and said in a cold and disdainful voice, "This is your own choice." Chapter 84. A pill medicine to increase cultivation, a sword like this, how many more secrets do you have? Su Qin laughed maniacally. Ding Ning said calmly, this has nothing to do with you. The key is that your hand that uses the sword is crippled. I can see that you are born left-handed. So even if you use your right hand to practice the sword, your natural disadvantage will cause your sword to be very mediocre. Su Qin's smile completely disappeared. His face began to turn pale, even uglier than the ghost faces in the paintings. A teacher from the Green Vine Sword Academy rushed out of the vine forest with a medicine box towards Su Qin. Do not come near me. But before he could get close, Su Qin looked at his bloody left hand and screamed at the Green Vine Sword Academy teacher like a wounded beast. The Green Vine Sword Academy teacher stilled and frowned. He was closer to the battlefield than the people on the viewing platform, so he could see what was happening here more clearly. You reap what you sow. He looked coldly at Su Qin, who had lost control of his emotions, and sneered. Starting today, do you think you are still the genius that needs many people in the sect to revolve around you? After saying this, he ignored Su Qin, whose hand was still dripping blood, and turned to walk towards where Nangong Tsaishu and Liu Yangguang were fighting. Liu Yangguang had lowered his sword. Originally, he had the power to block Nangong Tsaishu's attacks. But when he saw Ding Ning and Su Qin's fight end, his remaining courage disappeared. I admit defeat. He looked down and said to Nangong Tsaishu, little sect brother. Su Qin, Zhong Yi had not expected such a situation. He did not wish for Ding Ning to be injured. So he had sent out vital energy without regard for anything to break free of Mo Chen's entanglement. But because of his generous personality, he did not want to see Su Qin end up like this. He knew very well that falling from a genius to a piece of trash inferior to even ordinary cultivators was the most severe punishment for a cultivator. The result of this battle was too unexpected. Even Mo Chen had stopped. In his eyes, the Su Qin who used to be so valiant, who seemed to have everything under his control, and the Su Qin who was now like a ghost, were like people from two different worlds. He looked down and saw the sword in his hand. The him who possessed the snow dandelion sword was a completely different person from the past. The person who had given him the snow dandelion sword had hoped that he could stop Ding Ning from winning. So now, Su Qin and Liu Yangguang had lost. He could not defeat Zhong Yi and affect the final result, but he still felt that he had to do something. So he looked up. Just as Zhong Yi was thinking about what to do and if there was any way to heal Su Qin's arm, his body turned into a wild gust of wind. He passed by Zhong Yi and charged towards Ding Ning. Almost no one had thought that Mo Chen would act like this when the outcome was already decided. So even the teacher of the Green Vine Sword Academy stilled. Zhong Yi also stilled. He could not understand why Mo Chen did this. This is not good. However, he would not allow Mo Chen to cause any harm to Ding Ning. The moment his voice rang out, his entire body turned into a gust of wild wind. Along with the wild wind came a storm. The long sword in his hand was as smooth as jade. At this moment, countless sword shadows turned into a torrential rain, catching up to Mo Chen from behind and enveloping him. Mo Chen's gaze dimmed. He did not attack again. Because of Zhong Yi's attack, he understood that Zhong Yi's words were true. Zhong Yi was much faster than him. He could not break free from Zhong Yi and pose any threat to Ding Ning. Countless rainstorm-like sword energies sprayed around him, shattering countless leaves on the ground around him. Zhong Yi put away his sword and landed in front of him. It is the Ba Mountain Night Rain Sword. Rain scattering banana. On the viewing platform, Di Qingmai frowned and turned to look at Xue Wangshu. He said softly, in the first year of Yuanwu, this is a sword manual that must be burned. Xue Wangshu looked at him and smiled with a hint of undisguised pride. White Goat Cave's library cave has many sword manuals like this. I do not think your actions are right, but I have to admit, even as an opponent, you are worthy of respect. Di Qingmai turned and sighed softly. Su Qin's mad gaze landed on the countless holes on the ground. Sensing the speed and power of Zhong Yi's attack just now, he finally understood that Zhong Yi's usual humility was true humility. Thinking that if it was a fair fight, he could not even win against Zhong Yi, he laughed again. His laughter was sad and his expression was strange. Zhongyi frowned. Originally, he wanted to say something. However, when he saw Mo Chen lowering his head and removing the token from his body, he closed his mouth. His expression became gentle again and he did not say anything else. Yet Ding Ning was not as benevolent as him. The snow dandelion soared in Mo Chen's hand and his last action caused him to immediately understand many things. Li Lingjun used this snow dandelion sword to bribe you? He looked disdainfully at Mo Chen. So you are willing to die for those who understand you. Even at this time, you want to fight and see if you can kick me out of the top 3? Mo Chen was silent. The snow dandelion sword may be as important to you as your life, but to someone like Li Lingjun, it is just a beautiful decoration. To use such methods to deal with a wine shop youth who does not pose a threat to him, do not imagine him to be so perfect. He is not so noble. Ding Ning looked at him and sneered. Please tell him that I will make him regret provoking an opponent like me in the future. Between him and Mo Chen, Zhongyi clearly heard Ding Ning's words. His relaxed brows furrowed again. He turned and urged, "Little sect brother, Li Lingjun is in the wrong, but there is no meaning in your quick tongue." Ding Ning said calmly, "There is the word quick in quick tongue. When some words are said, one will feel comfortable and happy. This is the meaning." "Little sect brother, this does not seem to be right," Zhongyi said softly, depressed. "But I cannot convince you. My life actually has no reason to speak of." Ding Ning raised his head and looked at the morning sun that was warm and not so dazzling in late autumn. He said softly in his heart and showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Sword Trial Festival was an important step for him after he was exposed to the sunlight of Changling. This step could finally be completed according to his plans. Then the marks on the wall of his home in Falling Parasol could be erased even faster. The viewing platform grew calm again. The vines behind Ding Ning that stretched like a wall gave off hissing sounds. Many thick vines slithered away like water snakes. Countless vines withered. Fallen leaves danced and the wall of vines disappeared. A flat path appeared in front of Ding Ning, Zhongyi, and Nangong Caishu. At the end of the path, at the exit of the Sword Trial Valley, there was a high platform. 3 pieces of green suet jade were placed on the 3 vines on the high platform. "Let's go." Looking at Nangong Caishu who had finished treating her wounds and Zhongyi who still had a worried expression, Ding Ning started to walk towards the high platform. At this time, everyone on the viewing platform who had been shocked by his sword finally reacted. This wine shop youth who had reached profound understanding in half a day and energy refinement in a month had become the final victor. The golden sunlight fell on his back. Walking on the flat road covered in yellow leaves, his back seemed incomparably glorious at this time. Yet for some reason, looking at the broken sword at his waist and his overly calm posture, Xieru's eyes moistened. She inexplicably felt that every step his thin and weak body took seemed to be abnormally difficult. Beside her, Xie Changsheng did not have such feelings. Thinking of how the brother-in-law he had called so many times was so capable and incredible, his face filled with bright light. He turned around and bowed to Ku Shichuan whose expression was unknown. He could not disguise his pride. "In the end, I still have to thank you. I hope that you will say more about him at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." Then he said to Ku Shichuan who had turned into a statue in the sunlight. Li Daoji's expression did not change but he was exceptionally satisfied inside. Chapter 85. In the cold wind, the wheels rolled over the withered yellow leaves, crushing them into even finer pieces that floated up on the road behind them. A carriage covered in thick black cotton slowly drove towards a relay station on the outskirts of Changling. There were many swordsmen from the warden's office standing around the relay station out of the ordinary. These swordsmen were dressed in ordinary clothing, but had black metal swords at their waists. They looked at the carriage that came in the autumn and frowned in unison. They clearly knew who the person in the carriage was. When they thought about how this person was able to survive the cruel slaughter that night, and then thought about the reason this person had come, their expressions were all vigilant, and their hearts uneasy. In silence, the carriage stopped at the gates of the relay station. Wang Taishu, dressed in black brocade robes, walked out of the carriage. He pulled in his collar as though he was afraid of the cold, nodded politely at the swordsman, and then stepped through the gates of the relay station. With his hands behind his back, Yu suddenly looked at the winter suite outside the window. His white hair was combed neatly. Even though he was dressed in the most ordinary of casual clothes, anyone who saw his murderous posture would quickly conclude that he was a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, and was covered in the aura of gold and steel. You should not have come at all. Only when Wang Taishu walked behind him did this important official of the warden's office slowly turn around. He looked coldly at Wang Taishu and said, "To be able to survive that kind of night, your luck is already extremely good. You should properly enjoy the rest of your life that was not easy to come by." Wang Taishu looked at this powerful official and shook his head. He said, "General Yu, you are wrong. I was able to survive that night not because of luck, but because many people died for me." Yu Gu's expression turned cold. Wang Taishu coughed softly, took out multiple files from his sleeve and handed them to Yu Yu. Yu already knew what was recorded in these files. He did not immediately take them and said gravely, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Wang Taishu laughed and said softly, "In the eyes of many nobles, we are small fish and shrimps in the marketplace, things that can be casually crushed to death, things that can be washed away by a rain. However, each of my dead brothers had a family, old and young. If I do not do anything, my heart will not be satisfied. There is no meaning in living." Yu glanced at him and took the files. He slowly opened them and his expression grew colder the more he read. "We have many files that are enough to send many officials to prison. How many officials in Changling have not done shady business and taken black money?" Wang Taishu looked calmly at Yu. "Originally, I do not interfere. I will not care about other people's paths, but one of you crossed the line. Enough." Yu sneered as he put away the files and threw them into the brazier at the side. "State your conditions." Wang Taishu looked calmly at him and said, "The only large business your warden's office can decide on in Changling right now are the storage and mining." Yu laughed disdainfully. He did not answer Wang Taishu's words. Just the storage and transportation of the Changling warden's office was a business worth countless taels of silver each year. And the mining of copper and iron, the manufacturing and purchasing of armor, the forging of weapons, how much profit was contained in these businesses? This was an exorbitant demand, so much so that even his own mouth was cracking. Wang Taishu did not say much. He coughed softly and stood up to bid farewell. After he had walked a dozen steps, Yu looked coldly at his back and said in a cold voice, "Even if you do not care for your life, even if you have many people willing to die for you, think of your status. Do you think such a request is possible?" Hearing the words, Wang Taishu turned his head. A sincere smile appeared on his pale face. "That night, there was a wine shop youth who escaped the assassination of your military experts. You should know better than me what kind of opponent he killed. You should also know that he has only cultivated for a short time." He looked with a smile at Yu and slowly said, "On my way here, I received news that he won the sword trial festival of White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy and became one of the top 3 disciples. If this was a month ago, who would have thought it was possible for a wine shop youth to escape such an assassination and have such astounding improvement? Since this is possible, then there is nothing impossible for me to do." After saying this with a smile, Wang Taishu decisively turned around and did not look at the expression of the warden's office official behind him. A swordsman in his 30s walked out from the side door behind Yu. He bowed to Yu and looked at the departing carriage. He asked, "General, should we kill him?" "No need." Yu, whose expression had recovered, shook his head. "When it comes to negotiations, one side will negotiate a high price, and the other side will slowly pay." Wang Taishu's attitude in this meeting shows that he knows where the boundaries are. He did not ask for more people to pay with their lives. He is only using the method of suppressing this matter to ask for more benefits in Changling. He and his subordinates will have a deeper foundation in Changling in the future, and be safer. Also, our warden's office has had enough problems. If more trouble occurs, many people above may not be able to keep their positions. Yu thought for a moment and then ordered the standing swordsman. Go investigate the news of that youth from White Goat Cave. If he is as Wang Taishu says, he is a talent. Green Vine Sword Academy. Li Daoji, Duanmu Lian, Shui Wangshu, Di Qingmai. Some of the important people of White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy were waiting on the mountain path to greet the 3 winners. Zhong Yi walked at the very front. He walked in front of these people and bowed calmly. Ding Ning and Nangong Tsaishu also bowed. Everyone returned the greeting. Ding Ning looked up at Li Daoji, who still had a stern expression. He was the first to thank him. Sect Uncle Li Daoji, thank you for your sword. Li Daoji raised an eyebrow. He seemed to feel that Ding Ning's special thanks was not necessary. But after hesitating, he still said, you did well and did not waste this sword. Most importantly, I did not waste your good intentions. Ding Ning smiled slightly and turned to look at Shui Wangshu, who was stroking his beard. Thank you, Shui, for your special treatment and for giving me the chance to cultivate in the spirit vein. This is the reward you deserve, there is no need to thank me. If you want to thank Principal Di. The green suet jade he gave you will be even more useful in the future. Shui Wangshu looked in satisfaction at Nangong Tsaishu and then said to Ding Ning. Ding Ning saw something from his and Di Qingmei's expressions. He bowed with a smile and gave special thanks to Di Qingmei. Thank you, Principal Di. Di Qingmei's expression was the most unnatural, but he still sincerely returned the greeting. He said softly, I am very satisfied to have students like you. Most of the outer school students had not left. After such a necessary event was completed, many people gathered. Brother-in-law. Xie Changsheng, who was about the same age as Ding Ning, was the first to reach Ding Ning. He said with great admiration, your performance is so satisfying. I have to admit that my sister has better eyes than me. Do not call me brother-in-law. Ding Ning's expression immediately became awkward. Do not mess around. Xie Ru snorted softly. She walked in front of Ding Ning and bowed seriously. She asked softly, will you attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials next year? Ding Ning did not understand the meaning of her question. He hesitated. I should. In that case, I will do my best to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, Xie Ru responded softly. Xie Changsheng stilled. Sister, do you want to win the Minute Mountain Sword Trials with him and then obtain the chance to study in Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Xie Ru did not answer him, but the slight blush on her white neck exposed her thoughts. Take it slow. Love grows with time. This is very good, Xie Changsheng pinched his nose and said admiringly. Do not have any expectations of me. But Ding Ning's gaze landed on the last flower remnant sword at his waist. His expression quickly hardened, covered in frost that kept people at bay. He walked away and said coldly, as to the reason, Nangong Tsaishu knows. What is the reason? Xu Hashan, Xie Changsheng and the others looked in puzzlement at Nangong Tsaishu. Shock even appeared in Xie Changsheng's eyes. Nangong Tsaishu, did you and him cultivate together for a night in the library cave and develop feelings for each other and decide to marry each other? Do not be so childish. Nangong Tsaishu's expression darkened. She looked at Ding Ning's back as he left. She knew that since Ding Ning had said so, he would allow her to tell these people the reason. So she took a deep breath and said softly, because his body has a problem. It is a rare body with excessive yang. If he did not have special encounters, his body would have deteriorated when we were at our strongest. Xie Changsheng was stunned. He really admired Ding Ning's performance, so he couldn't even make a joke at this moment. Even if his body has such a problem, I will not change my decision. Xie Ru bit her lips. I will do my best to help him. I have already learned that there is usually no cure for this kind of premature deteriorating body. But Minute Mountain Sword Sect is not an ordinary sect. Some people in this sect may have a solution. Nangong Tsaishu looked at her, Xie Changsheng and the others. She nodded and said, if we really have a solution, we will do our best to help him win the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. This is too difficult. Xu Hashan shook his head worriedly. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials would be in the middle of the summer next year. Starting from now, it would only be half a year. Even though Ding Ning had such a cultivation speed and performance, he still did not have much confidence when he thought of the performance of those monsters in the past. He is fighting for his life. We will do our best, Nangong Tsaishu nodded and said gravely. All right, we will do our best for the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Xie Changsheng, Shu Hashan, and Xie Ru reached out and gave each other a high five. Encouraging each other so solemnly for the sake of another's victory seemed to be a very laughable thing. But this was a matter of life, and they had to make something that seemed impossible possible. The atmosphere was unusually solemn. Chapter 86. You are too cold to them. Li Daoji appeared in front of Ding Ning. He glanced at Xie Changsheng, Xie Ru, and the others in the distance. Then he looked coldly at Ding Ning and said slowly, "Do not misunderstand. I mean, even if you do not like Xie Ru's actions, you do not have to treat them so coldly and roughly." Ding Ning was silent for a moment. Li Daoji waited patiently for him. Ding Ning looked at the broken sword at his waist and said softly and slowly, "Sect Uncle Li Daoji, since you helped me find this broken sword, you should know the story related to this sword." Li Daoji's brow furrowed. "You know the story of this sword? Before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, the Qin dynasty had a famous cultivation place called the Basin Kendo Ground." Ding Ning's expression was calm. He said in a light tone as though he was telling a story, "In many stories, the Basin Kendo Ground is a higher existence than Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. Because the Qin dynasty defeated the three dynasties, and even helped the Yuanwu Emperor ascend the throne, many cultivators who were decisive came from the Basin Kendo Ground. But there was a great change before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne. Countless cultivators who were originally loyal to the Qin dynasty became traitors overnight. Some of them were of high status. Even the Yuanwu Emperor had to admit that they had a great influence on the future of the Qin dynasty. Yang Xinlan of the Basin Kendo Ground was one of them. If she said something the Yuanwu Emperor wanted to hear and publicly expressed her attitude, she could have lived nobly. The Basin Kendo Ground would have continued to exist, and today, it would have a higher status than Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. However, she chose to wave her sword at the Yuanwu Emperor to show her unyielding attitude. Hearing Ding Ning's words, Li Daoji's expression grew more unnatural. He finally couldn't help but say, "What does a child know? Many things happened before you were born. Since you know so many stories, you should understand that many stories can't be mentioned again. And what do these stories have to do with your current attitude towards them? Xie Ru's personality is likely very similar to the master of this last flower sword. I do not dislike her, and even admire her. But you know my situation better than anyone else." Ding Ning looked up at him and said, "You know that I have offended an important person in the military. Even Li Lingjun is concerned about me. My physical condition will determine that I will climb up quickly in Changling. I do not know how many people I will offend. I will risk my life to do some things because I have a goal. But I cannot drag them with me to do something like this. You worry that Xie Ru will have the same fate as the master of this last flower sword?" Li Daoji said disdainfully, "You are thinking too far ahead." Ding Ning shook his head. If a person does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Li Daoji stopped persuading Ding Ning and turned around. But after walking a few steps, he stopped and turned to look at Ding Ning. He said, "You mentioned the story of the master of the last flower sword, but do you know what the master of the last flower sword thinks? How do you know she is unhappy? Compared to living the rest of her life in luxury, she would probably be happier if she fought until her sword broke and died like this. Not many people can live without regrets, but she may have done it." Ding Ning was silent. In these years in Changling, he had seen many people he usually did not pay attention to. He had also seen all kinds of people he had never talked about before. Peddlers, fishermen, woodcutters, prostitutes, rich merchants, slaves. There were also many immigrants from the Wei, Han, and Zhao dynasties who had slowly merged with Changling and become citizens of the Qin dynasty. Some still remembered their homeland, some people on the fringes, and some people who had completely forgotten their homeland. They wanted to obtain the same status as the people of Changling and climb up in the Qin dynasty, but were pushed aside. He had comprehended many things from these people, and learned to stand in their shoes and see some things. He admitted that Li Daoji's words were correct, but he was certain that if Li Daoji knew what kind of rebellious heart was beating in his chest, he would not say such things. No matter how outstanding and admirable the legendary first Mr. Zhao of the Zhao Sword Furnace and Bai Shanshui of Cloud Water Palace were, who would persuade people to be friends with such rebellious people? Some things were easier for future generations to judge and see clearly after they had passed. In the past, in the wars between the Qin dynasty and the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, the situation changed rapidly. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen could die in one battle, and thousands of cultivators could be lost. No one could predict the outcome. But now that the Han, Zhao, and Wei Huifei were destroyed, many of the history books in the future had the same opinion about the reasons for victory and defeat. In the current mainstream history books, and even the authoritative records, the Han dynasty was destroyed mainly because they failed to move the capital. The original capital of the Han dynasty, which had once relied on some pill sects, had been Yangdi. But some strategists of the Qin dynasty had used many methods to instill some ideas into Emperor Ari of Han, and painted a beautiful future. This caused him to believe that if the Han dynasty wanted to have greater power, they had to move the capital to Luoyi. At the time, moving the capital to Luoyi seemed to have great benefits because there was Xiao Mountain to the left of Luoyi. The Jade Valley in Xiao Mountain had dense spirit energy and was the best cultivation place in the world. If many sects moved to the Jade Valley, they could send more powerful cultivators to the dynasty. To the right of Luoyi was the fertile land of Lushu with plenty of granaries. But many people and nobles did not move because of the capital. Because of the loss of benefits, there were many conflicts with Emperor Ari of Han. After the capital was moved, some new factions rose up and divided the new capital. This caused the power of the dynasty to decrease, and in the end, it was destroyed. The destruction of the Wei was two major events. One was the plan of the Spirit Canal. Under the influence of some conspiracies, the Wei dynasty started to gather countless skilled craftsmen, and wanted to build an enormous spirit canal that could absorb large amounts of spirit energy. The construction of this spirit canal used up countless resources of the Wei dynasty, and the country's power gradually weakened. The other one was the Wei Cloud Water Palace's monopoly. At a certain time, many astounding cultivators appeared in the Cloud Water Palace. The king of Wei became more and more reliant on the Cloud Water Palace. Many things leaned towards the Cloud Water Palace. In the end, the Cloud Water Palace dominated, and many cultivation sects withered or even died. The destruction of the Zhao was the classic use of sowing dissension. At the most crucial time of the Qin dynasty and the Zhao dynasty's war, the Qin dynasty successfully convinced the king of Zhao that the Zhao sword furnace would work with the Qin dynasty and eventually take his position. So he killed the strongest grandmaster of the Zhao and created the sword of the Zhao sword furnace. Then the Qin dynasty's army had no more fear and destroyed the Zhao dynasty in less than 3 months. Even for many people of the Qin dynasty who had made many plans and won in the end, there were many things they could learn from and ponder about in the destruction of these 3 dynasties. After all, in the ever-changing war, who knew how many great figures were exerting their strength, and who knew how many schemes were being carried out at the same time? Only in the future would one discover which ones had played a role. Especially the fact that the Wei Cloud Water Palace dominated and caused many pill sects to weaken and affect the country's power. This was a warning to the dynasties. So at this time in Changling, while the Yuanwu emperor had more control than the previous emperors of the Qin dynasty, and he, the empress, and the 2 prime ministers formed a group that firmly suppressed and controlled all the nobility of the Qin dynasty, the central dynasty deliberately maintained most of the cultivation places in their initial state. Other than providing some protection and support, they were allowed to grow naturally like weeds. The process of the Wei dynasty's destruction made the later generations understand that no matter how weak a sect appeared, as long as it maintained the state when it was founded and the essence of the sect was maintained, then this sect might suddenly become strong many years later because of some talented people. The number of cultivators that a powerful sect could send out that were useful to the entire dynasty was far less than the sum of the small and medium-sized sects. So after the Wei dynasty was destroyed, the dynasties did their best to ensure that all the sects in their dynasty could exist for a long time. Things like White Goat Cave merging into the Green Vine Sword Academy were rare. Most sects were deliberately maintained in their original state, so they were like peaceful places cut off from the world. The cultivators in the sects only had to consider the problem of increasing their cultivation. For the Green Vine Sword Academy, the 3 days of seclusion was like 3 days of isolation from Changling. So at this time, while the Sword Trial Festival had ended, and some of the results and events had spread, Ding Ning did not know many astounding events had occurred in Changling as he walked on the mountain path. Chapter 87. In Changling, an official of the Bureau of Ceremonies walked nervously with his head down on the stone path with tall pine trees on both sides. In front of him, an old imperial censor dressed in grey robes stood in the middle of the stone path. The closer he got to this imperial censor, the more sweat this official of the Bureau of Ceremonies sweated. Official Li, when he walked in front of this imperial censor and bowed, the back of this official's thick robes was completely soaked. There is no need for this. This imperial censor Li glanced coolly at him and said slowly, "You know that my duty is to bring the Holy One's decrees to promote or demote officials. Since I want to meet you, and you have not done anything to promote you recently, you should be sure that you will be demoted. The matter is confirmed, and there is no need to be so nervous and worried." Hearing the words in the cold wind, this official did not calm down. He felt the wind grow colder, and even his body started to tremble. "Your previous rewards have been forfeited. You will go to the border and enlist for 5 years. If you want you and your family to have a good life in Changling, you should accumulate more military merits in these 5 years, Imperial Censor Li said expressionlessly. The religion sector official raised his head, his expression extremely ugly. "Sir Li, I know that the reason I suffered this type of demotion is because I was on the escape route Bai Shanshui took that day, but I believe that there were many other officials on that route. Why was I punished so heavily? You think you are the only one who was punished so heavily?" Imperial Censor Li shook his head expressionlessly. "Before you, I met 5 people here. That day, Bai Shanshui charged out of the city. Including you, there were 17 Changling cultivators on his escape route that could have delayed him. 8 of them acted and died to Bai Shanshui's sword. If the 9 of you acted, the seal chariots of the Tiger Wolf army would have been able to set up a formation to stop Bai Shanshui. Of the 9 of you, 7 are officials of the court. These 7 officials will all be demoted." The official of the Bureau of Ceremonies had an even uglier expression, but he could not speak. Imperial Censor Li continued to speak. "You cherish your lives and don't dare to step forward. Have you ever thought about how shameful this is? Bai Shanshui killed his way out. The Qin dynasty has so many strong armies, so many cultivators, and he killed his way out of the capital Changling, and not when the war was urgent and Changling was empty. As a man of Qin, we could have stopped him and killed him. Instead, we let him sing crazily with his sword in his hand as if he was in an unstoppable place. This is even more humiliating than letting him escape after a hard fight. His Majesty asked me to speak with you in the Ying Garden so that you can think about it. The face of the Qin dynasty and your present good days were fought for by the countless dead Qin people resting in the Ying Garden. Have you ever thought about how many Tiger Wolf army soldiers have died because you cherish your life? In the future, when those enemy countries look down on us, how many more soldiers and cultivators will die? How many ordinary people have been affected? His Majesty hopes that you can change your way of thinking. Anyone who hates work and wants to protect their own family and not care for others does not deserve to live in Changling. For me, it is better to lie quietly in the Ying Garden than to be banished and humiliated." In the Dark Divinity Bureau, Mo Qinggong stood with his head bowed in front of a young and thin man dressed in deep red robes. His short beard was extremely messy. This man, who looked slightly dispirited and did not seem to give off a powerful presence, was the head of the Divinity Bureau, Chief Inspector Chen. "This is definitely not an accident," Mo Qinggong said coldly. The Changling Guard was lured to the Zhejiang Commandery meeting hall because of a stolen item in the Imperial Mausoleum. The person who sold the item and gave the clues was an idler without a wife or parents in Changling. He died mysteriously, and even our investigation has reached a stalemate. Hearing Mo Qinggong's report, Chief Inspector Chen's fingers crossed and flicked slightly. He seemed to have completed many thoughts in a flash. He raised his head. The deep and bright red robes on his body formed a strong contrast with his dispirited appearance. Just this contrast made him exceptionally attractive. We do not have to pursue this dead thread. Even if the Divinity Bureau does all we can, we may not be able to find out who has the ability to do such a thing. His black pupils were dyed slightly red by his robes. He looked at Mo Qinggong's dark face and said in a calm tone, "Start from another direction. Investigate those people who may know about Bai Shanshui and the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. Investigate what their confidants have done in these days. This kind of thing will definitely only be handed over to their most trusted confidants." Mo Qinggong's eyes lit up slightly. He said softly, "This subordinate understands." Chief Inspector Chen frowned at this time. After a moment of thought, he said, "Put more pressure on the people of the warden's office. They are the most involved in this matter. They must give an explanation. If we use their power, our work will be smoother." Mo Qinggong already had such thoughts. Hearing Chief Inspector Chen say it personally, his heart warmed and his tense body relaxed. He said nothing else, turned and left. When he walked out of the room, his body unconsciously paused for a moment. Just now, the sky was clear, but now it was covered in lead clouds. Waves of coldness came down from the sky. It looked like the winter solstice was not here yet, but snow was about to fall. Outside Changling, on a certain vast part of the Wei River under the lead clouds, a small boat with a black awning slowly floated along with the waves. A fishing boat came from the distance. When it came close to the awning boat, a faint light flashed. A man dressed as a fisherman landed firmly at the bow of the awning boat. But this awning boat did not even sway. This man dressed as a fisherman was one of the direct disciples of Cloud Water Palace, Fan Zhuo, who had disguised himself as a carriage driver in front of the Zhejiang Commandery meeting hall a few days ago. He looked at the outline of Changling in the distance. A hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. He said to the cabin covered in black curtains, "You are the person who sent me a letter a few days ago. Which noble person of Changling is the master behind you?" The black curtains were pulled apart by a thin bamboo pole and hung on both sides. The white-haired advisor in black robes sitting in the cabin gestured for him to enter the cabin. He said, "The one who told you to leave was General Liang. General Liang, who is waiting to be made a marquis." However, even though Fan Zhuo was dressed like a fisherman, he still exuded the insufferably arrogant aura unique to a great rebel. He had no intention of entering the cabin at all. He only mocked, "What do you mean by rebelling in the nest? A fish is trapped in a vat and wants to jump out. But without some help, it cannot enter the great rivers to swim freely, and will fall to the ground and dry to death." The black-robed advisor smiled unconcernedly. He pointed at the majestic Changling in the distance and said, "For you, Changling is also a vat. You will be in danger if you enter. So General Liang feels that you need some friends." Fan Zhuo sneered. "We cannot become friends with the Qin." The black-robed advisor said coolly, "Even if we cannot become friends, we can at least use each other. Also, you owe us a favor. If not for the letter I gave you, you would not know that you were targeted by the Divinity Bureau. When it was time to close the net, even Bai Shanshui would not be able to escape Changling, much less you. While I do not know how many secrets of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde you know, you have stayed in Changling for too long. Anyone can conclude that there should be something related to the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde in Changling. Is it a key? Or more clues?" Before Fan Zhuo could speak, the black-robed advisor looked into his eyes and said, "But you left Changling in a hurry. You cannot get what you want. You must enter Changling again. So you accepted the suggestion in my letter and came here to meet me today." "You are right." Fan Zhuo sneered, "I have to admit that your Divinity Bureau and a few other nobles have the ability to discover our tracks and even guess at some of our intentions. I've come here to see if there are any nobles with enough weight to make use of each other. As for Great General Liang, forget about it. In the bloody storm before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, General Liang walked over the corpses of his brothers and friends to reach his position. How can we trust someone like him? There is no eternal friendship, only eternal benefit. The black-robed advisor's expression did not change. His gaze grew even more determined. With General Liang's status, cooperating with you is a matter of life and death. There is nothing more important in this world than settling down. So you do not have to worry. Fan Zhuo laughed disdainfully. His laughter was loud and clear. It traveled along the river surface, like the tails of many big fishes beating on the river surface. There are many things in this world that are more important than life. But for people like General Liang and you, settling down is the most important. It does not matter what you think of us, as long as we have value to each other, the black-robed advisor laughed and said. Fan Zhuo's smile slowly disappeared. He looked at the black-robed advisor and said, "What do you want? To help you become a marquis? We will not ask about your whereabouts in Changling. We will be responsible for hiding your whereabouts and ensuring your safety in Changling. We only need something that can help General Liang advance in cultivation, regardless of whether it is the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard or the secret manuals of Cloudwater Palace." The black-robed advisor shook his head and said, "There is no position in this world that is more important than true power." Chapter 88. At the gates of White Goat Cave, the dozen or so White Goat Cave teachers who had been left behind looked with joy at the White Goat Cave people that appeared on the nearby mountain path. The final news of the Sword Trial Festival came. White Goat Cave had taken 2 of the final 3 victors, and the new genius Ding Ning had an exceptional performance. Everyone in White Goat Cave felt honored and even had some hope. Ding Ning got off the carriage. He had to greet and accept the congratulations. "Where is Su Qin?" A teacher did not see Su Qin's figure but knew that Su Qin's left hand was crippled. He couldn't help but ask Li Daoji in a low voice. Li Daoji answered. After the Sword Trial Festival ended, he left the Green Vine Sword Academy without saying goodbye. Since he did not return, it means he will not return. The teacher let out a long sigh. He's too sharp and aggressive. Even a gentle and honest person like Zhongyi is being targeted. It's too much. It's a pity that he has such good talent. Are you going to rest in White Goat Cave today, or return to your home in Falling Parasol? Shui Wangshu, who was walking at the front, turned slightly and asked Ding Ning. "I have not returned for many days. My aunt must be worried about me, so I will return to my home in Falling Parasol to rest." Ding Ning frowned slightly as though he was thinking. He said softly, "I also wanted to talk to you about some things. I grew up in the marketplace and am used to that kind of place. White Goat Cave is so quiet that I do not feel comfortable. In the future, I want to cultivate more outside. Cultivation pursues comfort and freedom. The most comfortable state is the most beneficial for cultivation." Shui Wangshu did not refuse, but when he turned his head, many complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. "Come with me first." Ding Ning calmly followed behind Shui Wangshu. "The green suet jade is not ordinary. How do you prepare to use it?" Shui Wangshu asked from the front. Ding Ning replied, "I'm preparing to refine it when I get back tonight, so I don't have to worry about it." Shui Wangshu was silent for a long moment and then said, "This is a good idea. While the green suet jade is most useful in Realm 3 to 4 breakthroughs, and after Realm 6, it can allow cultivators to better accept some life bond items, there are too many variables in the future. It is good to just look at the present." Ding Ning looked at him strangely. "Cave Master, you seem to be a little depressed today. You're not as carefree as you usually are." Shui Wangshu laughed. "Is that so? You can even tell that I have something on my mind." As they chatted, the 2 of them, one at the front and one at the back, climbed up the mountain path that White Goat Cave had carved out along the mountain walls. While their pace was not fast, they pulled away from everyone in White Goat Cave behind them. All the White Goat Cave members behind them had stopped and looked in shock at them. Shui Wangshu led Ding Ning towards the small temple at the highest point. Ever since Du Qingjiao left White Goat Cave, only Li Daoji qualified to enter this small temple. This small temple was the origin of White Goat Cave and had extraordinary significance. Ding Ning finally confirmed that Shui Wangshu was unusual today. Yet he did not say anything and just followed calmly. The mountain path ended in front of the library cave. Shui Wangshu continued forward and stepped into the void. Ding Ning did not hesitate. Just like before, he stepped into the empty space ahead of him. His body fell slightly. A wave of primal energies of the universe came from the front and lifted him up. There seemed to be an invisible staircase in the world. He and Shui Wangshu walked among the white clouds. On the mountain path, Li Daoji and the others had grave expressions. The furnishings of the small temple were extremely simple. Because it was embedded into the mountain wall, even the light was dim. Shui Wangshu did not explain anything and just walked forward until he faced the innermost mountain wall of the temple. He waved the small white jade sword at his waist. This was the sword of the master of White Goat Cave, and also the key to opening the forbidden grounds. When a pure white yuan qi blew on the mountain wall in front of him, the seemingly flat mountain wall suddenly spurted out a wave of air, and then slowly moved, revealing the cave inside. A ball of gentle white light appeared in front of Ding Ning. He saw that the cave in front of him was no more than a few feet in radius. The walls were made of white jade, and these walls were full of handwriting and pictures. It was obvious that some sword manuals were recorded. While the sword manuals in the library cave have some good points, these sword manuals are more unique. The Wildfire Sword manual is good for defense, but not enough for killing. Shui Wangshu looked at Ding Ning, who was looking calmly, and said, "Your comprehension is extraordinary. I will not make any suggestions. You can choose one to cultivate." Ding Ning nodded. He slowly walked into this cave with white jade walls. Frowning slightly, he scanned each line of writing on the jade walls. His frown deepened. After looking at all the jade walls, he turned to look at Shui Wangshu and asked seriously, "Then can I choose two?" Shui Wangshu stilled slightly. He did not immediately answer. After looking at Ding Ning for a moment, he smiled slightly. "I only learned one. But if you feel it is useful, you can learn all of them, much less two." Su Qin stood in front of a tightly shut door with his head bowed. Behind the gate was a continuous stretch of courtyards, luxurious and deep. This was Li Lingjuan's residence. After the sword trial festival ended, he had left the Green Vine Sword Academy alone. No one knew that he had come here in the end and was waiting here with his head bowed. Looking at his numb left hand, the corners of his lips moved and he smiled bitterly. His smile was filled with pain. His birth had been poor. So even though his talent was outstanding, he had been threatened and ostracized when he participated in the exams of some sects. In the end, he could only settle down in White Goat Cave. In White Goat Cave, he was like a crane among chickens. Even Di Qingmai of the Green Vine Sword Academy was interested in recruiting him. White Goat Cave was a cultivation place that even the Empress paid attention to. In the future, if he acted according to the Empress' wishes, he would have a bright future. He was already extremely afraid of living those days of poverty, being threatened, and being ostracized. He only wanted to become a nobleman who could threaten and ostracize others. However, the sudden appearance of a wine shop youth, a trial, and a single sword strike had destroyed everything he currently possessed. Compared to the pain in his heart, he could not feel the pain in his body. In the deep courtyard, in the noble and elegant study, Li Lingjun looked up at Lu Sish and said gently, "That wine shop youth surprised me again." Lu Sish said apologetically, "It was my mistake. It has nothing to do with you. No one would have thought that he would have such a performance, especially when I spoke with him personally. I could not connect him to such a monster." Li Lingjun glanced at Lu Sish. "Is Su Qin still standing at the door?" Lu Sish nodded. "Still waiting." Li Lingjun said with slight disdain, "What did he say to you? Why does he feel he has the right to wait for my reply?" Lu Sish said calmly, "When he asked for an audience, he said that while his left hand is crippled, his circulation of energies, his perception of the primal energies of the universe, and his comprehension of sword skills far surpass ordinary cultivators. Even if his right hand cannot perform exquisite sword skills, he has reached vital energy realm at his age. If he reaches realm 5 one day, when he uses a flying sword, losing his left hand will not be a hindrance. That is a good idea. If he uses a flying sword, he will not lose his hand. But when a flying sword attacks from afar, it does not have much defense against close combat. So which of the realm 5 cultivators in Changling does not have 2 swords? Don't tell me that when he reaches the 5th realm, he'll have to find another personal attendant to guard him? Li Lingjun shook his head and said slowly, to be able to organize his emotions in such a short time and think of some countermeasures, adding on his previous performance, his personality is too vicious. Compared to Mo Chen, who knew he could not do it, but still made a last attempt because of my sword, I admire Mo Chen more. I think the snow dandelion sword you gave him has value. Lu Sish thought the same. He said, then should we chase him away? Li Lingjun thought for a long time. I am in need of people, let's see if he can be made, and if he can be of use to me. Many breaths later, he made a decision. He looked at Lu Sish and said, have him take care of the horses for me, and wash the stables. Su Qin suddenly looked up. The door that had been closed for a long time finally opened. But what appeared in front of him was only a servant girl in blue robes. He immediately sensed something and his face paled slightly. Come with me. The servant girl in blue robes glanced casually at him and said as though she was commanding a courser servant. Then she turned and did not even look at Su Qin, who was standing outside the door. Su Qin took a deep breath and followed. After passing through many courtyards, the servant girl in blue robes took out a handkerchief and covered her nose in disgust. She stopped outside a stable. She turned to look at Su Qin. Seeing the blood and yellow medicine on the bandage on Su Qin's left hand, her gaze grew disgust as though his body was as smelly as the manure in the stables. She pressed the handkerchief tighter and said quickly, Master has ordered that you can stay here to help him clean the stables and take care of the horses. Su Qin's face grew paler. He saw the flowing feces in the stables behind this green-clothed servant girl. Thinking that he would one day be associated with these things and suffer such humiliation, he couldn't say anything for a moment. Do you want to stay in the Fu or not? If you don't want to stay in the mansion, then come out with me now. The servant girl in green said fiercely, and then directly left. Su Qin still did not speak. The servant girl's eyebrows rose slightly. Just as she was about to rage, unexpectedly, Su Qin took a deep breath and walked towards the stables. He started to carry water and wash the stables. Chapter 89. At night, the curtain of night seemed to be unable to hold back the precipitation of winter. White snowflakes started to appear in the sky. The carriage waiting at the gates of White Goat Cave had been wrapped in black cloth, but now it was slowly dyed white. Ding Ning walked out of the gates of White Goat Cave. He did not have an umbrella. When he walked to the front of the carriage, he bowed to Jing Mozong, who was still dressed in grey robes. Then he patted his clothes, scratched his hair, and got rid of the snow on his body. Then he lifted the thick black cloth and entered the carriage. You are really weak. Looking at Wang Taishu, who was dressed in a fox fur robe and seemed to have buried himself in a pile of fox fur, Ding Ning could not help but say, after this winter, I will not be so weak until next spring. Wang Taishu smiled slightly. This smile made him look even more like a cunning old fox. Why did you want to see me today? Outside the carriage, Jing Mozong had started to drive. The carriage shook slightly. Ding Ning pulled out a cushion to lean against and said, I heard that something major has happened in Changling in the last few days. You speak of Bai Shanshui? Wang Taishu glanced at him, nodded and said, you probably only learned today that Changling has been turned upside down. Supposedly, the 2 prime ministers and the empress are unusually angry. Many of the Changling officials have been removed from their posts and exiled. Especially when Bai Shanshui was fighting and singing. His lyrics were too impudent, and he successfully escaped. The storm will probably grow. Ding Ning said. Bai Shanshui acted, but there were no people around who could stop him from escaping Changling. Do you know the inside story? Wang Taishu said, The Changling guards were chasing some stolen items from the imperial mausoleum, and forced out Fan Zhuo and Bai Shanshui. At the time, Fan Zhuo was in the caravan being investigated. He must not have been able to hide his identity as a powerful cultivator, so he acted and lured out Bai Shanshui. But the Changling guards surrounded that caravan at the start. Such a coincidence. I fear there are secrets we do not know. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, someone in Changling must have wanted to scare Bai Shanshui away. But I heard that Bai Shanshui killed his way out of the Zhejiang Commandery meeting hall and escaped through the Wei River. With such cultivation, he should be much stronger than Zhao Zhon. Wang Taishu smiled and said, Bai Shanshui was originally someone as famous as 4th Mr. Zhao. You didn't want to see me today to discuss Bai Shanshui's cultivation, did you? Ding Ning glanced at him and asked, what have you been doing recently? Wang Taishu's expression became serious. He said seriously, actually, I'd like to hear your opinion on what I should do recently. Other people do not know, but I know very well that I was able to survive the battle with Jinlintang because of your schemes. Shui Wangshu told you when he took you into White Goat Cave that it was impossible to have more people pay for your brothers' lives. I think you will not do such a stupid thing. Ding Ning looked at him and said, if it were me, I would definitely take advantage of this time to blackmail the military and take the opportunity to get more benefits. Especially now, because of Bai Shanshui, the Empress and the 2 prime ministers are furious. The military will want to keep the peace and will not dare to do anything out of line. Especially after you experienced the assassination last time. They will be prepared this time. They should know that even if they kill you, many of their matters will be exposed by your subordinates. I really admire you. I feel more and more that even if those monsters of the legends can surpass you in cultivation speed, they will not have the vision to see through the clouds like you. Wang Taishu looked emotionally at Ding Ning. I have caused the warden's office a great headache. I proposed to do the treasury and mining business. It is right to demand an exorbitant price. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. But you did not choose to leave Changling, but to go higher. This means that you want to fight with the nobility who caused your brothers' deaths. The person who dared to control Jinlintang to do those things, and was able to mobilize so many cultivators to kill me that night, is either a general or a marquis. Wang Taishu coughed lightly. Of course I can't touch such a person now, but those brothers of mine are really my hands and feet. Even if I am willing to cut off my hands and feet in exchange for them, they will not be able to come back alive. I hope that one day, I can make the person who killed my brothers pay the price they deserve. Since you have done this, I want to ask you to help me do something. Ding Ning looked down and said softly. This undoubtedly did not match Ding Ning's initial attitude. From the start, Ding Ning did not want to have too much to do with 2-level tower. Also, this matter should be very important to Ding Ning. Otherwise, he would not say it so seriously. So Wang Taishu was slightly puzzled. What is it? Ding Ning said slowly, in the final stage of your discussion with the warden's office, see if you can get some business related to the prison. Wang Taishu stilled slightly. Business related to the prison? Ding Ning nodded. It is best if you can enter and leave the prison, and be familiar with the people in charge of the prison. Wang Taishu glanced at him and said, I will do my best. Ding Ning frowned slightly. Do you not feel that my request is strange? Do you not want to ask me why? You were able to reach energy refinement in a month, and win in a competition like the Sword Trial Festival. You will definitely be someone who will do great things in the future. Wang Taishu laughed. Since we are both people who will do great things, it is not strange no matter what we do. A carriage covered in snow passed through the alley and stopped outside the nameless wine shop in Falling Parasol. Ding Ning got off the carriage and waved goodbye to Jing Mozong and Wang Taishu. Pushing open the half-closed door, Zhongsun Qianxue was waiting for him with a small oil lamp as usual. The food on the table seemed to have just come out of the steamer and was still steaming. Ding Ning saw that Zhongsun Qianxue had changed into a new jacket. While it was the most common style on the streets, some of the most ordinary flower decorations seemed especially vivid and bright on her clothes. So when he sat down, he could not help but say, Other people look good with their clothes, but you make them look good. Zhongsun Qianxue did not care about his words and said coldly, "Why are you sitting in Wang Taishu's carriage again?" Ding Ning started to eat as he said, "Because I have something I need his help with." Zhongsun Qianxue did not ask further. This was a natural agreement she and Ding Ning had formed over many years. "You really won the sword trial festival." Seeing Ding Ning eating so happily, she also took a piece of sweet rice cake and slowly ate it, which was something she rarely did, or had never done before. At the same time, she asked in an indifferent tone. Ding Ning made a sound of acknowledgement. He immediately took out a square wooden box from his sleeve and handed it to Zhongsun Qianxue. Zhongsun Qianxue did not need to look to know that the box contained the green suet jade that was very important to her. She did not immediately take the box. Instead, she looked at Ding Ning and said slowly, "Thank you." Ding Ning said casually, "There is no need to thank me between you and me." Zhongsun Qianxue said coldly, "This time is different from the past. You should know that after the last obstacle, and this green suet jade, my sword will be stabilized. In the future, I will not have much reliance on you. If it was me, I may not give this green suet jade to you. This has nothing to do with me." Ding Ning looked up and licked his lips. He looked at her and said, "Because in these years, I never thought of relying on you to do anything." Zhongsun Qianxue frowned. In these years, other than cultivation, she rarely thought about other things. But she was not stupid. So she quickly realized that while she had great power compared to ordinary cultivators, Ding Ning had not relied on her to do anything in these years. He had not even asked her to protect him once. Ding Ning did not say anything. "Tonight, you will sleep alone." Zhongsun Qianxue inexplicably did not say anything else. She took the wooden box and walked towards the backyard. "I owe you a favor." Ding Ning smiled bitterly. When she passed through the backyard and walked into the bedroom, snowflakes fell on Zhongsun Qianxue's flawless face. Feeling the coldness of the snowflakes, Zhongsun Qianxue felt more and more that the grievances of Changling were too complicated. She did not think more. She pushed her chaotic thoughts out of her body and turned her mind into a blank sheet of paper again. Just like when she cultivated in the past, she lay down on the bed with her clothes on. The green suet jade in the square wooden box was emitting an extremely soft halo, and at the same time, it was emitting a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. A strand of true essence seeped out from her fingertips and instantly crushed the green suet jade into powder. All of the powder entered her stomach along with her breath. When her consciousness sank into her energy sea and touched the blue sword in the Jade Palace, the sword once again became restless like an imprisoned dragon. It gave off an incomparably ferocious aura, as if it wanted to forcibly pierce through her Jade Palace and then charge out of her body through her energy sea. However, waves of light green yuan qi continuously surged out of her body and sank into her energy sea. This light green energy that emitted a gentle halo constantly merged into the Jade Palace and into the blue sword. The blue sword slowly calmed down and started to truly accept the presence of her Jade Palace. Her mind started to merge into one with the sword. In the darkness, a faint blue flame flashed between her eyebrows, like a small blue sword. Chapter 90. Ding Ning silently sensed the changes in Zhongsun Qianxue's sword through the curtain. When the faint blue flame lit up on Zhongsun Qianxue's forehead, he knew that this sword would not harm her body in the future. She would be safer in Changling in the future. But this also meant that he and Zhongsun Qianxue were even further apart. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. His cultivation tonight was also different from usual. As countless tiny snowflakes fell on the roof tiles and gave off soft sounds that only cultivators could hear, his body also gave off soft sounds. All the little silkworms hidden in his body seemed to appear at the same time and became active. For any cultivator, there was only one place that could store physical energy, the energy sea of a cultivator. But at this time, the countless little silkworms in his body spat out tiny bursts of physical energy like they were spitting out silk. This was truly thousands of streams forming an ocean. All of the space in his energy sea was slowly filled with physical energy, and there were countless tiny threads of physical energy flowing into his energy sea. His energy sea was swollen to the point of bursting. The tiny threads of physical energy that appeared inconceivable to ordinary cultivators in his body were stronger than the physical energy in his energy sea, and were still pressing in. Seeing that his energy sea was about to explode, with a thought from Ding Ning, the celestial aperture in his energy sea opened. A wave of physical energy flooded into his body at a speed that could not be reached in normal times. The rapidly flowing physical energy formed a rapid cycle in his body. Under the pressure of the energy sea that was still swollen to its limit, the tiny threads of physical energy merged completely with the physical energy that had been stored in his energy sea, and became more condensed. Countless tiny sounds came from every bone in his body. The tiny threads of physical energy broke through the innermost membrane and started to nourish the marrow river in the deepest part of his bones. His 9-death silkworm divine art and 3 corpses non-self-consciousness sutra cultivation became the same. The countless little silkworms in his body started to swallow back the physical energy and then quickly disappeared. His energy sea calmed, and his cultivation reached energy refinement first-class marrow transformation. In the cultivation methods of Changling's sects, the higher the cultivation, the better the physical energy or vital energy would nourish the body, and the longer the cultivator's lifespan would be. Yet when his energy sea calmed down, some new nether fire seemed to ignite in his 5 viscera. The energies of his 5 viscera were more vigorous and dry than before. The more vigorous the chi of the 5 viscera was, the faster the conversion of chi and true chi would be, and the faster the speed of cultivation would be. This meant that other than some mysteries unknown to the cultivators of the world, the 9-death silkworm divine art, the higher the cultivation, the faster the cultivation. This was an inconceivable matter. For all other methods in the world, the higher the cultivation, the slower the cultivation and breakthrough. Compared to Ding Ning's true cultivation, Ding Ning's progress was not fast. Many geniuses of the same age as him might have reached vital energy realm long ago and walked ahead of him. For example, Anbaosha of Lingshu Sword Gate and Jing Liuli of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. These 2 legendary monsters had only used a month to go from Realm 1 to Realm 2 energy refinement. But according to their records, they had used 8 months to go from Realm 2 energy refinement to Realm 3 vital energy realm. This speed was terrifying for ordinary cultivators because ordinary cultivators would need at least several years to achieve this. Some people faced the same problem as Nangong Tsaishu, and could not even sense the primal energies of the universe, and ended up in Realm 2. However, compared to 1 month, 8 months was already 8 times the time. From vital energy realm to energy fusion realm, for ordinary cultivators, it was at least 8 times the time. At least 6 to 8 years. Then 8 times, it was at least 6 to 48 years. So most cultivators who did not have special encounters and did not have outstanding talent would at most reach Realm 5 Spirit Thought Realm in their lifetime. This was the true reason cultivators above Realm 6 were rare, and cultivators above Realm 7 were Grandmasters. The uniqueness of the 9-death silkworm divine art meant that Ding Ning could shorten the time in each realm. But the stronger the energies, the more the body could not replenish the energy, and he would overdraw on his lifespan. This was like burning one's lifespan in exchange for cultivation speed. So Zhongsun Qianxue, who had sensed this characteristic a long time ago, concluded that this 9-death silkworm was a method that sought death. If they were like Nangong Tsaishu and got stuck at a certain realm, the person who cultivated this method would not even be able to increase their cultivation speed and would die with a grievance. In the tallest temple of White Goat Cave, Shui Wangshu and Li Daoji faced the snowy valley. You naturally did not want me to come to admire the snow with you. Li Daoji was silent for a long time and said, "Say what you want to say. Being wishy-washy is Zhong Yi's personality, not yours. Today, I wrote a letter to the Helan Commandery Governor of the Northern Lands. You will depart tomorrow. When you arrive, he should have seen my letter." Shui Wangshu did not turn to look at Li Daoji, and only looked at the snowflakes spinning in the wind as he spoke softly. Li Daoji did not turn to look at Shui Wangshu and was silent. Shui Wangshu said gently, "His Majesty will be furious about Bai Shanshure's matter. While you are not from Wei, you are from Han, and in White Goat Cave. You may be involved. Li Daoji's eyebrows rose like two small swords. He said coldly, "As long as White Goat Cave has you, even if Bai Shanshui's matter causes a storm, I will not have to leave Changling and avoid the north. Since we have known each other for so long, it is time to part. Say what you have to say. There is no meaning in using this excuse to avoid me." Shui Wangshu smiled embarrassedly like a child whose lie was exposed. "There does not seem to be any meaning." His smile immediately disappeared. He said seriously, "Maybe White Goat Cave is too small. I have been here for so many years, but have never seen a genius as talented as Ding Ning. I have never seen the two legendary monsters of Lingshu Sword Gate and Minute Mountain Sword Sect. I do not know how they compare to Ding Ning. But Ding Ning defeated Su Qin. I am certain that if he is given enough time, his future accomplishments will surpass mine. I am too old. No matter how much I cherish my life, if I use up all my remaining time, I will not even be able to cross a small realm, much less a major realm. It is better to take him forward." Li Daoji sank into silence again. If he was Shui Wangshu, he would make the same choice. But after leaving this temple, he knew he may never see this white-haired old man again. When people meet, there will be a time to part. My senior sect brother and I are the same. I have endured my entire life. I showed my cultivation on the road outside Changling and acted presumptuously once. I always felt it was not enough. Fortunately, senior sect brother brought me Ding Ning. Doing some unbridled things will have meaning." Shui Wangshu smiled and said a few words. He reached out and grasped the small white jade sword that had always been hanging at his waist. Li Daoji suddenly realized something. He suddenly turned around and wanted to say something. "Look at this sword." But Shui Wangshu shook his head at him, indicating for him to not speak and look forward. Then Shui Wangshu swung his sword. A ball of white sword chi surged from the body of the sword to the tip of the sword. The powerful primal energies of the universe suddenly tore open a completely pure space in the snowy sky ahead. Then a snowy white curved goat horn appeared in this space. It was a simple white goat hanging horns. The most ordinary sword move in the white goat sword manual. You have to remember. Shui Wangshu looked with satisfaction at the snowy white sword energy. He said softly and solemnly to Li Daoji, "White goat hanging horn, the most important thing is not the horn, but forbearance and balance. I do not know if you remember, but the first day you entered White Goat Cave, I took you to see the white goats fighting in the mountains." Li Daoji closed his eyes. He tried to recall, and finally a scene he had forgotten for a long time appeared in his mind. In the scene, two curved horned goats were fighting. One of them faced an opponent who was clearly fiercer. It only stood firm and used the thickest part of its horn to block the other's attacks. It did not even counterattack. The other's vicious attacks even broke off one of its horns. Yet it only managed to hold on. The broken horn stabbed into the opponent's head. Li Daoji took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and finally understood the true meaning of white goat hanging horn. Shui Wangshu looked at him and knew he had understood. He smiled in satisfaction and handed the small white jade sword in his hand to Li Daoji. Li Daoji took the sword, knelt in front of Shui Wangshu, bowed 3 times, and then stood to leave. He did not say anything else. The slightly red hilt of the large sword in front of his chest moved further away in the wind and snow until it disappeared from Shui Wangshu's sight. Chapter 91. Snow had fallen in Changling, and snow had just started to appear in Guanzhong. Morning, Guanzhong's Qi Mountain. In the vast fields, a youth was practicing the sword. His sword was purple like Su Qin's sword, but the seal scripts on the surface were gold. Rumble. As he slashed with his sword, a true golden lightning suddenly appeared in the cold air. This golden lightning landed on the ground in front of him. Yellow dirt flew, and clumps of wild grass started to burn. The young man turned around, his handsome face filled with an indescribable determination and sternness. "Uncle Jin." He put away his sword, and said in a cold voice to a slightly fat middle-aged man sitting on an ox cart, "I still have to go to Changling." The middle-aged man he called Uncle Jin sighed softly. "For Xieru." I do not blame Xie. While she knows I fell in love with her at first sight, we are not engaged. This youth looked in the direction of Changling. Originally, I only felt that the Thunder Firmament sword manual at home was stronger than many of the sword manuals in Changling, and that I did not need to go to Changling to learn. But now, I think I was wrong. Changling does not just have secret cultivation manuals, but also many wonderful things. I am going to challenge that Ding Ning. I believe that if I can defeat Ding Ning, Xie will change her mind. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. If that is the case, then we will depart today. Otherwise, it will be hard to travel when it snows in Guangzhou. The large and small fields of Changling's warden's office had accumulated a knuckle of snow. Yu Jiyu walked alone into a field filled with tiger wolf army flags. In the center of the field, there was a tall old man dressed in metal clothing. Yu Gu's golden energy was very strong, but he could not compare to this old man. That old man just stood there coldly, but had the presence of swallowing mountains and rivers, and holding tens of thousands of soldiers. General Sikong. Yu Jiyu walked behind him and bowed to listen. The negotiations with that gangster of Changling must end as soon as possible. The old man in metal armor did not look back. He said in a metallic voice, "The bottom line is the clearing of Changling's storehouses, transportation, and the purchase of armor." Yu Gu's pupils shrunk in disbelief. His voice was slightly cold as he said, "General, he's just a commoner. How can he be considered a hero? Isn't it too much to agree to such conditions? The times create ambitious and ruthless people. Coincidentally, he is an ambitious and ruthless person." The old man said in a deep voice, "The Divinity Bureau has already used this opportunity to investigate the warden's office. The Empress has already revealed her intentions of transferring Fang Xiong back to command the Changling Guards. If we don't end this as soon as possible, there will be more scandals. You should know the consequences." Yu Gu's expression instantly turned ugly. He and everyone else in the warden's office were naturally loyal to the Qin dynasty and the Yuanwu Emperor. However, the Yuanwu Emperor naturally could not rely solely on one person. When the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, he was forced to rely too much on the power of the Empress family. In the last decade, the two ministers and the bureaus had done their best to change this situation. The stronger the Emperor's control over the Qin dynasty, the less he needed to rely on one power. The entire Qin dynasty would be stronger, and its progress would be more powerful. This was not just a matter related to the future of many people in the warden's office. "I know what to do." Yu Jiyu took a deep breath and said, "I will have this matter end as soon as possible." Yet, just as he was about to turn and leave, the old man in front of him said heavily, "Gangsters have their own ways of doing things. They have many methods we cannot imagine to investigate things. Since the Divinity Bureau is afraid of responsibility and is pressuring us, when you go to negotiate with this gangster, have him help investigate who used the Changling Guards." Ding Ning woke up in the morning as usual, and helped Zhongsun Qianxue make porridge. Then he carried his most commonly used bowl to a nearby noodle shop to make noodles. When he walked in front of this noodle shop filled with steam and oil, Ding Ning, who had not decided what to eat today, stilled. An old man with a greasy white beard held a bowl of noodles and smiled at him. It was Xue Wangshu. "Why have you come?" Ding Ning looked at this proud old man in shock. "I want to take you to a place." Xue Wangshu drank a mouthful of noodle soup and said with a smile, "No wonder the people here like to come to this noodle shop to eat noodles. The noodles here are good, even the spiciness is so chewy. You are just eating noodles. Why did you bring your own bowl?" Ding Ning looked at him and said hesitantly, "You really want me to say the reason?" Xue Wangshu looked strangely at him and then at the crude porcelain bowl in his hand. "Would it be more fragrant if you eat it in this bowl?" Ding Ning looked sympathetically at him. "No, it is because while their noodles are delicious, I know the person who washes the dishes. He is not very good at washing dishes, and he likes to pick his nose halfway through." Xue Wangshu stilled. Looking at the remaining half of the noodle soup, his expression was unusually spectacular. "If you want to eat more, I can lend you a bowl," Ding Ning said. Xue Wangshu shook his head. "No, some things are just for the moment. It will not taste like that after a while." Ding Ning walked into the shop and put the bowl next to the noodle pot. After thinking, he ordered a bowl of noodles with red soup and spicy cabbage and meat slices. As he watched the meat slices and the spiciness stir-fry in the oil, he asked Shui Wangshu, "Where are you taking me?" Shui Wangshu said, "We are going to Zhushan district of Ba Commandery." Ding Ning stilled. "Why are we going so far?" Shui Wangshu said, "There is a very lively temple fair there. We will make it in time if we go now. It will be very interesting." The thin slices of meat had been stir-fried with the red oil and spiciness. Then the pickled cabbage was added. After stir-frying, it was spread over the snow-like noodles. Ding Ning did not immediately pick up the bowl of noodles. Instead, he frowned. Just like how Li Daoji had scolded Shui Wangshu last night, he said softly, "Can you not use such a clumsy excuse? No matter how good your mood, you cannot travel so far to see a temple fair on a snowy day. Eat noodles, eat noodles." Shui Wangshu pointed at Ding Ning's noodle bowl and reminded him. Then he said, "I am going to get something." Ding Ning picked up the noodle bowl and sat down across from him. "What is it?" Shui Wangshu glanced at him and said, "Something to cure your illness." Ding Ning started to eat the noodles. When he finished the steaming bowl of noodles and only the soup was left, he looked up and said, "Fang Xiumu told me that nothing can cure my illness unless I can enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate and comprehend the heaven-replenishing divine art. This is the true reason you had Wang Taishu arrange for you to enter White Goat Cave? Because White Goat Cave and the Green Vine Sword Academy have merged, we have the qualifications to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." Shui Wangshu looked calmly at Ding Ning's eyes and said, "Fang Xiumu is correct, but nothing is absolute. You are still too weak to attend next year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Based on past years, most of the disciples that the sects send to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials are at least Vital Energy Realm. Sometimes, there are even those monsters who have reached Energy Fusion Realm. You are smarter than Zhong Yi and the others. You should know that those attending the Minute Mountain Sword Trials are not just students from ordinary cultivation places, but also members of noble families." Shui Wangshu paused and then said, "They are more terrifying than the students of ordinary cultivation places. Many of them do not have the ability to pass Minute Mountain Sword Sect's tests immediately, but need time to be nurtured by their families. In the first few years of cultivation, their families can give them more resources so they can cultivate faster. For those noble families, Minute Mountain Sword Sect is not the only way to climb up, but a powerful aid in their cultivation. I already understood what you said when I entered White Goat Cave." Ding Ning glanced at Shui Wangshu and said with a frown, "But I also know that Ba Commander's Zhushan district is not an ordinary place." Shui Wangshu glanced at him and said, "Isn't it just that there are more Zheng people?" Ding Ning did not back down and looked back at him. He said, "Of course you know that it is not just the Zheng who have more people." Shui Wangshu was slightly angry and said, "I am the cave master of White Goat Cave, your teacher. I am telling you to come with me, why are you not coming? You misunderstand my meaning." Ding Ning looked at his trembling white beard and said, "In reality, I also want to go to that place, but I am worried about your safety." Shui Wangshu's brows immediately relaxed and he looked disdainfully at Ding Ning. "I am about to die of old age. Can't you let me have some glory before I die?" Ding Ning took a deep breath. He looked up at the white snow on the roof. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "A moment of pleasure is not glory, but if the students of White Goat Cave can win in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, they must have slapped many people's faces. For you, is that not glory?" "Of course it is true glory." Shui Wangshu laughed happily. "If there is such a day, even if I die of old age, I think I will die smiling." Ding Ning turned to look at him and shook his head. "What I mean is, even if you are going to die of old age, do not die so quickly. I also want to live longer." Shui Wangshu stilled and then laughed like a child. He reached out and patted Ding Ning and said, "Deal." Chapter 92. After the snow, Changling became bone-chillingly cold. Even though snow was no longer falling from the sky, The snow between the roof tiles and in the dark places did not melt easily. In the end, they grew harder and turned into ice shells mixed with specks of dust. There were not many people walking through the Divinity Bureau. Many of the paths were covered in snow that could not be melted. Footprints of varying depths were imprinted on the light grey ice shells. The people who had left these footprints were nowhere to be found, and added to the dark atmosphere of the Divinity Bureau. Occasionally, there would be a few screams that seemed to have their mouths gagged. They couldn't even scream in a carefree manner. They would faintly come out from the cracks in the doors of some of the houses. They would reverberate through the streets and then quickly disappear. Chief Inspector Chen, dressed in deep red robes, looked dispirited from beginning to end. He slowly walked on the path covered in snow, giving people the feeling of a wilted pomegranate. It was hard to associate him with the powerful nobility of the Qin dynasty. The old, deaf and mute servant who had been driving the carriage for him was waiting at the gates of the Divinity Bureau. He did not give any orders, and the old servant did not make any gestures. After he boarded the carriage started to drive aimlessly through the streets of Changling. Sitting in the crude carriage, Chief Inspector Chen had his head bowed slightly as though he was asleep. But at a certain moment, he slowly looked up and lifted the curtain. This carriage without any markings was moving into the shadows of a tall wall. When he lifted the curtain, many waves of primal energies of the universe silently seeped out of his body. There wasn't even the slightest sound of wind. Layers of crystal-like brilliance quickly gathered around his body, as if forming countless mirrors, refracting the surrounding light rays. He wore a deep red robe, but even if people passed by, they would only see the curtain being blown open by the wind, and not see him walking out of the carriage. At this moment, he seemed to be transparent. Then he floated up, passed over the tall wall, and landed in the courtyard. The courtyard was a withered garden under the winter snow. Chief Inspector Chen passed through the garden and walked into the corridor. At this time, the crystal-like brilliance that had gathered around his body slowly disappeared, and his figure slowly emerged from the air like a ghost. He walked along the corridor and finally entered the inner courtyard. He stopped in front of a study. He did not deliberately disguise his footsteps. In this study, there was a middle-aged man with a long beard who looked like a scholar. He wore a grey cotton robe and was originally grinding ink, about to write a letter. However, because of the cold weather, the ink had not completely melted. This middle-aged bearded man heard the unfamiliar footsteps, but he did not stop grinding ink. Even though he knew this was an inexplicable guest, in his eyes, only a rare few people in Changling could pose a threat to him. But how could those few important people who could pose a threat appear in front of him in such a manner? So when Chief Inspector Chen's footsteps stopped, he sneered and said, "It is cold outside. Since you have come, do not wait outside." Hearing the words from the study, Chief Inspector Chen's expression did not change. He did not even make any extra movements. The door to the study in front of him was pushed open by his presence. The middle-aged bearded man narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to say something. But when he saw Chief Inspector Chen's deep red robe and sensed the strange presence mixed with decadence and darkness, his proud expression suddenly froze. You are the Divinity Bureau." Cold energy surged out of his body and caused his tongue to stiffen. "I am." Bureau Chief Chen spat out these 3 words. The middle-aged bearded man immediately paled. "I know you are a very special middleman." Chief Inspector Chen looked coldly at him and said slowly and clearly, "There are some cultivators in the military in the outer commanderies who want to live good lives. They may have places where they need to spend money on their cultivation. But since there is no war, they cannot accumulate merit, receive rewards, or transfer orders. However, they had very good fighting strength. Some of them would kill for others. Some of the nobility in Changling need people to kill for them. It is best if it is not connected to them." Thinking of the legends about this mysterious chief of the Divinity Bureau, the middle-aged bearded man broke out in a cold sweat and flowed down his face. But he still said strongly, "No matter what you say, it has nothing to do with me because you do not have evidence." "You are right. I have no evidence." Chief Inspector Chen looked down coldly. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. A ball of light burst out from his hand like the rising sun. It emitted an abnormally terrifying aura that was about to blow up the entire study room. However, it was also at this moment that his mind suddenly became dizzy, and his vision became blurry. Every movement of his body became abnormally slow due to the dizziness of his thoughts. A deep red sword light flew out of Chief Inspector Chen's deep red sleeve and gently stabbed at his heart. The middle-aged bearded man's mind immediately cleared. However, a chill spread from his heart meridian. Looking at the crimson sword light that was retracted into his sleeve, the power in his body quickly faded like the tide. The sun-like brilliance in his hand was just a hair away, unable to penetrate his palm. Why? The middle-aged bearded man could not understand what method this legendary chief of the Divinity Bureau had used to make his mind lose focus in an instant. He also could not understand why the other dared to kill him without any evidence. There is no why, Chief Inspector Chen said coldly, but you do not understand me, because I never do things according to the rules. The middle-aged bearded man covered his heart and slowly sat down. He was in great pain and said in puzzlement, "You are the chief of the Divinity Bureau, and you monitor the officials according to the laws of the Qin dynasty. Is it not a heavier crime for someone like you to not follow the rules? Even if you do not follow the rules, why do you want to kill me? Why don't you want to learn something from me? People in our position can survive in Changling only because of our loyalty to the Qin dynasty and His Majesty, and not because of our crimes." Chief Inspector Chen looked at him who refused to die and said coldly, "What I learned from you is not absolute evidence for those important people. What I need is to make the situation more chaotic. If people are chaotic, they will make mistakes for me to catch." The middle-aged bearded man was in even more pain. He groaned and made a strange sound from his throat. "Then why me? Why me? Because of your identity." Chief Inspector Chen looked expressionlessly at him and said, "Because you are not a member of the military. Even if I kill you, the military will not pay attention. Unless it is a military official related to you, he will use the power of the military to investigate this matter. He might want to know which power did this. As long as he investigates, I might be able to find out who he is." The middle-aged bearded man exhaled his last breath. He fell forward on the desk and died in pain. Powerful primal energies of the universe once again came out of Chief Inspector Chen's body. His body once again became transparent and disappeared in the air. He passed over the tall wall and walked through the streets as though he was transparent. People passed by along the way and did not notice his existence at all. He walked through several streets and alleys, lifted the curtain of the carriage that was still moving slowly, and sat in the carriage as if nothing had happened. Each day, he seemed to be sitting in this carriage driven by the deaf and mute old servant and patrolling through the streets of Changling. He would occasionally give an order, but did nothing else. Yet, just now, in the deep-walled courtyard he had left, more blood flowed out of the chest of the middle-aged bearded man who had fallen dead on the desk. In the end, it covered the entire table and flowed down the corners to the ground. At the same time, Ding Ning was also in the moving carriage. As Chief Inspector Chen slowly turned the primal energies of the universe around him into nothingness and then thought with his head bowed, Ding Ning was also thinking with his head bowed. He was not unfamiliar with B.A. Commanderess Jushan District. The wealthiest and most powerful family in Jushan District was the Feng family. The Feng family was also among the flowers on the wall of his wine shop. Chapter 93. B.A. Commanderess Jushan District was a very special place. It even had another name, Zheng City. In the war between the Qin dynasty and the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, the first to be destroyed was a small country, Zheng. Zheng's territory was only equivalent to one of the Qin dynasty's present commanderies. It was weak and located at a strategic location. Even though the Zheng monarch had opened the gates and allowed the Qin dynasty's army to pass through, in the end, the Qin dynasty found an excuse to destroy it because the movements of the Qin dynasty's army could be easily grasped and it was inconvenient to station troops there. Most of the young and strong men of Zheng were forced to do hard labor to build reservoirs and canals to irrigate the fields. When the Qin dynasty established Ba Commandery, most of the people of Zheng were driven to Ba Commandery by an edict to open up new land. Most of the people of Zheng who had experienced the pain of losing their country, the pain of hard labor, the dangers of traveling through mountains and rivers, and the poison of the snakes and insects of Ba Mountain had grown old. Their descendants settled down in Ba Commandery. Most of the residents of Ba Commanderis Jushan district were descendants of Zheng. Because it had been a generation, the descendants of the Zheng had accepted their fate of becoming Qin people. However, many of the customs of Zheng were still passed on. Perhaps because they did not feel safe under the threat of a great country, the Zheng people were especially respectful of ghosts and gods. In a year, there would be many sacrifices and temple fairs to the ghosts and gods. At the beginning, the lively temple fairs that Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning spoke of were the temple fairs where the Zheng people worshipped the kitchen god. The Feng family of Ba Commanderis Jushan district were not Zheng people. When the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne and needed the people of the Basin Kendo ground to show their loyalty, all the Basin Kendo ground disciples who had shown their absolute loyalty to the emperor through their actions, regardless of whether they were of high cultivation or just ordinary outer sect disciples, had all survived. Feng Qianzhua of the Feng family had been an ordinary disciple of the Basin Kendo ground in the past. The reason the Feng family had been able to live well in Ba Commandery and even become a small marquis was because of another fact that many people were unwilling and did not dare to mention. The most noble woman of the Qin dynasty, the empress, was from the state of Zheng. Like the mistress of the Guanzhong Xie family, Empress Zheng Xiu's family was a noble family that had developed in Changling. Zheng Xiu was born, studied, and cultivated in Changling. However, the people of the Zheng were still the people of the Zheng. Even if she had ascended to the position of empress, it had taken a lot of bloodshed just now. In the bloodiest years before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, everything she showed made people feel that she was a true Qin person, and had no special sympathy for the Zheng people. Yet when the situation in Changling stabilized and she became the high and mighty empress, many people found that she, who was cold and emotionless in many matters, had some softness to the people of her country. Some officials who were gentle in dealing with the Zheng people would receive some preferential treatment. When the Zheng people were forced to move to Ba Commandery, the Feng family had been very lenient to the Zheng people. Adding on what the Feng family had done when the Basin Kendo ground was destroyed, the Feng family quickly became the most prestigious family in Jushan district after the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne. They had jurisdiction over the nearby copper and tin mines, and were deeply respected by the Zheng people in Jushan district. What is the medicine you say in Ba Commanderis Jushan district that can cure me? Ding Ning asked Shui Wangshu amidst the monotonous sound of the wheels grinding over the thin ice on the road. It is a dingyang bead. Because there was enough time, Shui Wangshu was not in a hurry. He spoke slowly as though he was telling a story. The dingyang bead I speak of is not the undesirable fragrance pills made from pollen and nectar in the fragrance shops of Changling, but an ancient pill bead that truly has the effect of preserving one's appearance. After His Majesty ascended the throne, stopped fighting, and did not restrict outsiders from moving into Changling, Changling is now the greatest city in the world. While the Ba Mountains have commanderies now, compared to Changling, it is still a dangerous place. But you may know that a long time ago, there were many cultivation sects in the Ba Mountains. In the past, there were many spirit veins in the Ba Mountains. Those spirit veins were much stronger than the spirit veins of White Goat Cave. So many sects were born there. Even now, while the spirit veins have been used up, there are still the remains of many sects in the Ba Mountains. In the second year after His Majesty ascended the throne, my senior sect brother happened to be traveling in the Ba Mountains, and coincidentally found the remains of an ancient sect. Many cultivators went to search for treasures, and my senior sect brother found a dingyang bead. The medicinal energy coming out of the dingyang bead has the effect of nourishing the organs and maintaining one's appearance. But after my senior sect brother found this dingyang bead, he was robbed by another cultivator. That cultivator was Feng Qianzhua of the Feng family in Ba Commanderis Jushan district. My senior sect brother fought against him, and was not a match. He took the dingyang bead. Hearing these words, Ding Ning unconsciously shook his head. His gaze landed on the last flower remnant sword. He could not help but think of Zhongsun Chenshua's words against him entering White Goat Cave. Changling was a place where countless grievances gathered. Just like now. This remnant sword originally had no connection to White Goat Cave or Shuewangshu, but invisibly, this sword had inexplicably entangled many grievances. In those years, my cultivation was not much higher than senior sect brothers. I may not be able to defeat an opponent my senior sect brother could not defeat. Shuewangshu glanced at Ding Ning and said calmly, also, that Dingyang bead could be refined. My senior sect brother and I naturally thought that the other had refined the Dingyang bead after taking it. Also, the Feng family had some connections to the Empress family, so we could only swallow our anger and not think about this matter. But later, you found that he did not refine this Dingyang bead. Ding Ning saw something in his eyes and asked. Shuewangshu shook his head disdainfully. Only many years ago did I hear that Feng Chenjue liked beauty, so this Dingyang bead was given to his concubines. Ding Ning frowned and also said mockingly, then he can be considered loyal. Most people like beauty. People who value appearance so much will only look at a face. No matter how beautiful that face is, they will soon be tired of it. Shuewangshu laughed. He would get tired of it, so he gave that Dingyang bead to his 3 concubines. This way, before he gets tired of it, the concubines he likes can maintain their beauty. Ding Ning sneered. A very good idea, but it was not used in cultivation. Actually, after cultivating for a long time, you will think about the meaning. Shuewangshu looked at Ding Ning and said seriously, when you feel that it is impossible to progress further, and you do not want to make achievements and fight on the battlefield, you will feel that there is no meaning in cultivation. It is better to spend the rest of your life with good wine and beautiful concubines. Ding Ning grew silent. He knew that Shuewangshu spoke the truth, but Feng Chenjue owed him a debt. So in his view, even if Feng Chenjue felt that cultivation was meaningless, he was not worthy of such a life of luxury and beautiful concubines. For you, cultivation is of course meaningful. Shuewangshu looked at the silent Ding Ning and smiled slightly. For me, I have been silent for a lifetime. The final glory makes me feel better than 100 beautiful concubines. So you do not feel that you owe me anything. Also, you have to fight for victory in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Even if you say that I am obsessed, even if White Goat Cave no longer exists, if a student from White Goat Cave can enter the top 3 in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, I will be happier than anything. Just imagining the possibilities and the various expressions on the faces of those nobles makes me very happy. Ding Ning looked at his excited face and the smile on Shuewangshu's face. He could not help but imagine such a scene. He felt happy and could not help but smile. He said, I do not feel that you are obsessed because White Goat Cave is just a famous official to many people, but for you, it is a lifetime. But I heard that the Minute Mountain Sword Trials are different from the small-scale sword trials of our Greenvine Sword Academy. The top 3 are divided into first and second. So just entering the top 3 is not the happiest thing. If you want to fight, you have to fight for first place. Shuewangshu stilled slightly. He saw absolute confidence from Ding Ning's smile and calm gaze. His hand almost broke off several strands of his white beard. You want to fight for first place? Even though I have said so much to you, you still have such confidence. Shuewangshu shook his head and then breathed out and laughed. If you can really take first place, I will go wild as a youth, and run naked around the famous Sword River in front of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. I will take first place. Ding Ning said confidently and then looked strangely at Shuewangshu. Did you like to run naked when you were young? Do you have such a strange hobby? Shuewangshu laughed out loud and slapped the cushion with both hands, as if he had really returned to his youth. Young and frivolous, singing and drinking, who knows how many frivolous things. But after so many years, so many things were wrong, so many people left, but it is hard to turn back, and there is no chance to start over. Hearing Shuewangshu's voice, Ding Ning closed his eyes and said softly inside, Old man, while you are past your prime, I will follow you and give you true glory. Chapter 94. As time passed, the winter grew thicker. When they entered the Ba commandery, the scenery along the way was completely different from Changling. They could see that most of the low hills had been turned into terraced fields. There were small towns everywhere, but it was rare to see a large city. The steep peaks of the Ba mountains stood shoulder to shoulder like giants. Even now, there were few people in those places. Thousands of years ago, there were very few cultivators in the world. Cultivators who could comprehend the path or obtain some cultivation paths were people like earth immortals and sword immortals in the eyes of ordinary people. These people used the spirit veins to cultivate in the mountains. They were thought to eat the wind and dew, swallow the clouds, and left behind countless legends. When the countries of the world slowly grew strong and formed dynasties, the Qin dynasty and the Basin Kendo ground rose, the Ba mountains were set up as commanderies. While the population increased greatly, the spirit veins in the Ba mountains had been cut off for hundreds of years. The ancient cultivation places inside seemed to have been eliminated and disappeared for many years. Even now, the Basin Kendo ground had fallen in the storm of the Yuanwu Emperor's ascension. Compared to Changling, which was densely populated with cultivators, there were very few cultivators in the Ba commandery. Ordinary mountain people's understanding of cultivators was about the same as before. They felt that cultivators were immortals who ate the wind and dew and swallowed the clouds. So along the way, Shui Wangshu only needed to show some of his skills to easily switch to the best horses. Naturally, they did not travel slowly. This day, when Ding Ning lifted the curtain of the carriage that had been frozen hard by the ice, he saw a large village made of thousands of wooden buildings built along the slope. He knew that this was the Lianqing village. Before the Ba mountains had been officially set up as commanderies, and before there were any garrisons, this was one of the largest gathering places of the Ba mountain people. After passing through here and a valley, there was a basin. That was where Zhushan district was. Just as Ding Ning followed Shui Wangshu and neared Zhushan district, Wang Taishu and Yu Jiyu were having a meeting in the warden's office station on the outskirts of Changling. Most of the time, Yu Gu's gaze was still on the wintersweet tree in the courtyard. His expression was still dignified and cold, but inside, he was truly calm. This was because he knew extremely well that based on the progress of the past few days, this negotiation that the warden's office needed to conclude as soon as possible would be concluded today. The cold air is already thick. If someone suddenly takes over the matter of the armor, it might be delayed. Wang Taishu's gaze also stopped on the wax plum tree. He said unhurriedly, "So what General said before is reasonable. Two-level tower does not need the business of making armor, but we must have the business of opening warehouses. Other than this, I heard that many of Changling's prisons have not been maintained for a long time, and the prisoners need to wear clothes in the cold. I fear that they will need some help. I think General can make the decision for two-level tower to do these matters." Yu Jiyu suddenly turned around. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes as he looked straight at Wang Taishu and said in a deep voice, "Are you serious?" This was completely out of his expectations. The repairs of the prisons, prison food, clothing, and some other matters. While there were great benefits in these, how could they compare to the astounding profits of making armor for the army? Wang Taishu smiled and said, "Even though I'm just a commoner and can't compare to a general whose orders are as high as a mountain, I can still keep my word." Yu Jiyu glanced at him and immediately misunderstood. He said with slight disdain, "To be able to enter the prisons, even if the people of two-level tower enter in the future, I think they will receive good care. Even the ghosts used as scapegoats will feel much more comfortable in there. The other gangsters of Changling will have to think carefully before they oppose you. Their people will not have good days in there. Wang Taishu, you are retreating in order to advance. Offend the warden's office less, and in the future, you will be able to take more territory in the fight against those gangsters. Your plan is not bad." Wang Taishu smiled slightly again and bowed humbly to Yu Jiyu. He said, "Thank you, General Yu, for your help." Yu Gu's expression turned slightly cold. Of course, he had not agreed, but Wang Taishu knew he would agree. He would agree. Getting the Clan Law Bureau to give some benefits was a minor matter for the warden's office. Wang Taishu's request did not touch the bottom line of the warden's office, and could even be said to have given the warden's office a lot of face. Yet, whether on the battlefield or in court, he was wary and disliked people who were too smart and could see the thoughts of their opponents. So in this moment, his eyes were filled with true murderousness. While I can satisfy some of your requests this time, you are a smart person. You should understand how the situation will change after this period of time. Yu Jiyu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said in a slightly cold voice, "After this winter, it is best if you restrain yourself." Wang Taishu still bowed and said respectfully in a soft voice, "I will remember General's teachings." Yu Jiyu was silent. This negotiation that had been going on for a long time finally came to an end. While Wang Taishu's posture and words were so humble, he knew that after walking out of this relay station, with the promise and cooperation of the military, Wang Taishu's two-level tower would quickly force the dozens of gangster gangs that relied on business to have nowhere to go, or be forced to merge into two-level tower. Two-level tower, which was already very powerful, would become an enormous entity that the other gangsters could not compare to, except for the underground ruler of Fish Market. Because it was only half a day's journey from Lianqing Stockade to Zhoushan District, after asking for Ding Ning's opinion, Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning did not rest at Lianqing Stockade. They only ate some food and continued on their journey. "We will soon reach Zhoushan District. Do you have a plan?" Ding Ning asked Shui Wangshu as he rubbed his knees that were slightly uncomfortable from sitting for a long time. He had always been a very scheming person. For example, killing Song Shinshu, when to appear in front of Xie Changxing and the others, and when to enter the cultivation places to attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials. He had many meticulous plans and alternative plans. Originally, he would have done these things step by step. After entering Minute Mountain Sword School, he would obtain the heaven-replenishing divine art that could work with the 9-death silkworm, prevent premature aging, and increase his cultivation speed. After obtaining the heaven-replenishing divine art, he could find the people on the wall one by one according to his cultivation and deal with them. But Song Shinshu had told him some secrets that disrupted his plans. Some things had to be done at the same time. The Feng family of Zhoushan District had not been part of his initial plans. Feng Qianzhua is like a lord of the land in Zhoushan District. Because he is a powerful cultivator, many people in the area think of him as a god that can protect an area. Shui Wangshu looked at the busy Ding Ning and explained. He probably enjoys this kind of love. So every year, during temple fairs like this, he will appear, offer incense, donate some goods, and say a few words. At that time, if I challenge him in public, he should not be able to find a reason to refuse. Ding Ning said, "In any other place of the dynasty, everyone respects the brave and strong. They will admire both sides who publicly challenge each other. But in Zhoushan District, you are too hateful to challenge him in such a setting." Shui Wangshu said with slight disdain, "If you can win, it is not hate, but fear." Ding Ning said calmly, "Even if you are certain he has not entered Realm 7, the Basin Kendo ground has some unique methods." "Of course I will be careful." Shui Wangshu took a drink from the water bag and looked seriously at Ding Ning. "But you say you want to suppress all the young geniuses in the Minute Mountain Sword trials. What is your plan? I have not seen you practice the sword on the way here. Have you comprehended the two sword manuals you chose?" Ding Ning hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Shui Wangshu almost choked on a mouthful of water and coughed violently. Ding Ning glanced at him and casually used his finger to make a few gestures in the air. While it was just a simple count, there seemed to be many unique sounds forming in the air. Shui Wangshu stopped coughing but pulled off several strands of his beard. Much of the water in the uncovered water bag spilled out and soaked the front of his robes. "I know these sword manuals are difficult for other people, but they are simple for me." Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said softly, "So my plan is to enter Vital Energy Realm before the Minute Mountain Sword trials. If it is safer, I will reach at least Vital Energy Realm 2nd class cultivation. I have never seen a monster like you before." A long time later, Shui Wangshu sighed softly and said slowly, "I suddenly want to see the two most powerful monsters of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. I want to see how different they are from you. Originally, I thought the wildfire sword manual was not difficult enough, but you are like this even with these 2 sword manuals. It seems I do not understand you enough. The shock in Xue Wangshu's eyes subsided, but his brows were slightly furrowed as he asked in a soft voice, then these 2 are enough? Some people in the Minute Mountain sword trials may have stronger sword manuals. Ding Ning shook his head. There is no strongest sword manual, only stronger people. Chapter 95. So arrogant. Xue Wangshu shouted in a mocking tone. But so daring. Then he said emotionally, I remember that person also said something like this. Ding Ning's gaze flashed. He thought and said, I want to hear your evaluation of that person. It seems that while you are young, you have heard of that person's story. Xue Wangshu's expression grew serious. He looked at Ding Ning and said seriously, when His Majesty ascended the throne, people came to ask how to evaluate that person. I replied that I could not evaluate that person because I did not qualify to do so. Also, I will not evaluate that person to anyone because I know His Majesty is wise and powerful. His Majesty can make the Qin dynasty stronger. All the cultivation sects in Changling need a stronger Qin dynasty to be able to live in the world. Up to today, everything has become a story. Xue Wangshu slowly said, so I will not evaluate these stories of the past in front of you. Other than the above reasons, I do not want my emotions and thoughts to affect you. You still have a long way to go in Changling. If you walk with special emotions, this path will be harder. The voices grew louder outside the carriage. Ding Ning lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out. He saw more and more pedestrians on the road. Some were peddlers pushing small carts, and some were obviously people who came to visit relatives and friends in the temple fair. They all changed into new clothes, and some were obviously devout believers, carrying many offerings to the gods and Buddhas. I remember reading in a book that cultivation is divided into several major realms. At the beginning, it is seeing mountains and water, then the world, seeing oneself, and then seeing all living beings. Ding Ning looked at the people coming and going and said softly, to cultivate to a high level, one must be able to see others, but not be influenced by others. Do you feel this saying is reasonable? Xue Wangshu stilled. His brow furrowed deeply. After thinking for a dozen breaths, he asked solemnly, what book did you read? Ding Ning shook his head. I forgot. It seems to be a storybook. It seems reasonable. Xue Wangshu's brow was still deeply furrowed. After a moment of thought, he sighed softly. Pity that even if I heard this saying years ago, I would not have had any special feelings before I entered Realm 7. Now, I do not seem to have enough time to study and verify if it is true. Following the official road and passing through a natural valley, the carriage passed through the plains in front of them. There were fewer farmlands, but more and more courtyards. Travel document. As a low shout came from the card, they officially entered the borders of Jushan district. People of Changling. The numerous soldiers who were inspecting clearly stilled when they saw Ding Ning and Xue Wangshu's travel documents. Then they were shocked when they saw Xue Wangshu's birth and his identity in White Goat Cave. The leading soldier didn't even ask any questions before he quickly let them pass. Yet, just as they entered Jushan district and found an inn, before they finished drinking a pot of hot tea, a steward dressed in blue brocade robes appeared in front of them. This middle-aged steward with a thin face bowed to Xue Wangshu and Ding Ning, who were sitting casually in a corner of the inn. He said respectfully, "This one is Feng Futang, the steward of the Feng family. I did not know Xue had come. Please excuse me for not coming out to meet you." The Feng family had learned of their arrival so quickly after receiving their travel documents on the roads outside the city, and reacted so quickly. This was enough to prove how powerful the Feng family was in Jushan district. Yet Xue Wangshu smiled unconcernedly and said, "I do not have a good relationship with the Feng family. There is no need to be so courteous. Xue is of noble status. As the host, the Feng family naturally has to act as a host." Feng Futang's expression did not change. He said humbly, "This inn is very ordinary. If Xue does not dislike it, this one can arrange a remote courtyard for Xue." Shui Wangshu smiled slightly and said, "There is no need for that. Even the worst inn is much more comfortable than my small stone temple." Feng Futong said humbly, "Why is Shui passing through Zhoushan district?" Shui Wangshu took a sip of tea and interrupted the other's polite words. "There is no need for such trouble. I am just traveling with my students into the Ba Mountains to cultivate. We happened to pass by Zhoushan district and will leave at noon tomorrow." Feng Futong's voice became even more humble. "Tomorrow is the temple fair to worship the kitchen god, and it will be very lively. Also, because our Feng family has received the care of the Empress a few days ago, she has bestowed upon us a painting. Cave Master Shui is knowledgeable, and you must know that the Empress is not just skilled in calligraphy and painting, but also a great cultivator skilled in the seal path. Her brushes contain cultivation methods, and the workings of the primal energies of the universe. That painting is full of wonders, and cannot be seen normally. Tomorrow, during the worship, that painting will be invited to the newly built Fire Virtue Hall for worship. Would Shui be interested in seeing it?" Shui Wangshu frowned slightly and looked at Feng Futong. "Steward Feng's eloquence is very high. I have seen many stewards of the noble families in Changling, but not many can reach Steward Feng's level." Feng Futong's expression froze slightly, but his voice was still extremely polite. "Shui thinks too highly of me. Do not worry." Shui Wangshu said calmly, "How can I not understand the Empress' care for the Feng family? But I am in a hurry and fear I will not be able to attend such a great event." Feng Futong's brows relaxed slightly. Shui Wangshu waved his hand tiredly and said softly, "I like peace and quiet. This one understands." Feng Futong bowed and left without another word. "So fake," Ding Ning said softly as he watched Feng Futong's back disappear. He had listened to the entire conversation. Shui Wangshu glared at him. "You say I am still the steward?" Ding Ning chuckled. "About the same." Shui Wangshu grew serious and said worriedly with a frown, "The Feng family is acting like this because they have heard that I have reached Realm 7. Do you think Feng Qianzhua will be afraid and refine the Dingyang bead overnight? I think not." Ding Ning glanced at him and said calmly, "If so, he would not need to send a steward like this to use the Empress name to suppress you. If a person feels that using the Empress name is enough to frighten you, he is not afraid, but just threatening." Shui Wangshu's worries disappeared and he smiled coldly. "You are right. This steward is not humble, he is clearly threatening." Feng Futong entered the carriage with the insignia of the Feng family. Under the fervent and respectful gazes of many passers-by, he headed towards some secluded courtyards in the distance. Those courtyards were large and had grey walls and black tiles, clearly in the style of Changling's architecture. They were very different from the mud walls and bamboo buildings of Zhoushan district. When the carriage stopped in front of the vermilion gates of a courtyard, Feng Futong got off the carriage. The originally humble steward's figure was abnormally tall and straight at this moment. His entire body flowed with a blade-like coldness, and his originally generous face had also become abnormally cold. Two servants opened the vermilion gates. On the stone path behind the gates, a youth dressed in embroidered robes who looked about the same age as Ding Ning was waiting. This youth had a handsome face, but his hands were behind his back. He looked experienced and dark like a young eagle ready to pounce at any moment. "How is it?" he asked with natural arrogance and disdain as he looked at Feng Futong. Feng Futong bowed slightly and said, "Shui Wangshu says he is just passing by, but I cannot see the truth. I have to be wary. If he is just passing by, the Feng family can treat him with courtesy. Maybe we can give him some convenience due to his cultivation." The proud and dark youth sneered. "But if he wants to make trouble for my grandfather tomorrow, I will make him pay a greater price." After a pause, he looked at Feng Futong who seemed to agree. The youth asked, "Didn't Shui Wangshu bring a youth called Ding Ning? What do you think?" "We only learned of Shui Wangshu's arrival today. As for this youth's identity, we will not be able to get accurate information from Changling in a day or two. We can only confirm that he is a cultivator, and has not reached vital energy realm." From Shui Wangshu's expression when he looks at him, he should be an outstanding student he has placed his hopes on. He is likely to be his last disciple. The youth smiled so much his eyes narrowed. If that is the case, then Shui Wangshu better not have any special thoughts tomorrow. Otherwise, I will cripple his proud disciple first. His face was handsome and childish, but the more so, the colder his words sounded when they came out of his mouth. He was Feng Qinghan, Feng Qianzhua's only grandson. Feng Qianzhua had 3 sons, but none of them lived up to expectations. They had a pile of granddaughters. Only the youngest, Feng Qingling, had a son like this. But Feng Qinghan had lived up to expectations. Half a year ago, he had officially entered Vital Energy Realm, and was in the 3rd class of Vital Energy Realm. Based on his age, even in Changling, he was outstanding. Chapter 96. The next day was the main day of the temple fair. Early in the morning, there were people selling fried fruit barley on the streets. The Zheng people's daily life was very different from the Qin. The Qin liked to eat noodles, but the Zheng liked to eat glutinous rice. This fried fruit barley was made from glutinous rice ground into powder, kneaded, and pressed under a large rock for a night. Then it was rolled into balls the size of pigeon eggs, fried in oil, and then covered in a layer of brown sugar. For the Qin people of Changling and Guangzhou, this was sickeningly sweet to use for breakfast. They would likely throw their bowls in anger because it stuck to their teeth. Ding Ning did not refuse this kind of sweet food. He held a crude bowl and asked for 2. But when he prepared to pay, the woman selling the fried fruit barley firmly refused. She said shyly, "Since you are old Master Feng's guest, how can I accept money for 2 worthless things?" Ding Ning frowned slightly. Looking at this woman who clearly had a thick Sheng accent, he asked, "How do you know I am old Master Feng's guest?" "Yesterday, the news spread in the city that 2 guests of old Master Feng are staying in this inn, and they both come from Changling. You clearly have a Changling accent, and are the same as the youth in the rumors. Of course, you are not someone else," the woman explained honestly. "It seems that I am fated to be annoying today." Chewing the sticky sweet rice ball, Ding Ning looked at the woman who left shyly. He turned to Shui Wangshu and said, "Now, everyone in the Zheng city thinks we are old Master Feng's guests. But in the end, the guests are going to make trouble for old Master Feng. At that time, we will be especially detestable in their eyes." Shui Wangshu laughed. "Sometimes, it feels good to have everyone feel you are detestable, but they cannot do anything to you. Especially when you do not need to care about what they think." The fire burned brighter. The Zheng people worshipped the kitchen god not just for the fire to burn so that they could be full and warm at every meal, but also for their days to become more prosperous. So the time to worship the god was at noon when the sun was at its brightest. But the temple fair also included the trading of all kinds of goods. Starting from the morning, Zhushan district became even more lively. Gradually, there was an endless stream of carriages and people. When there was still an hour until noon, cannons sounded from the east and west of Zhushan district at the same time. Drum music started. A group of people wearing strange clothes and colorful masks were the first to walk along the street, singing and dancing. This was the dance of the Zheng people. It was said that this method could be used to communicate with ghosts and gods and beg for Kangan's help. Behind these people were several tall tables carried by several people. On top of the tables were various offerings. According to the rules, after the tribute team set off, a group of men from the kitchen god temple would carry out the kitchen god enshrined in the temple and parade it through the streets. Following the established route, they would be sent back to the fire virtue hall of the kitchen god temple to receive the offerings. Then, the various clans of Zhushan district and the high officials and nobles would take turns to offer incense. At this time, in front of the fire virtue hall, the incense table was ready, and dozens of mahogany chairs were placed on both sides. In an empty space not far from the incense table stood a handsome youth in splendid attire. It was the only grandson of old Master Feng, Feng Qinghan. Feng Futang walked quickly towards him and said softly, "Shui Wangshu and that youth called Ding Ning do not seem to plan on leaving the inn. They said they would leave today, but they are not leaving the inn now. It seems they really do have ideas." Feng Qinghan sneered disdainfully. "If they really do have ideas, then they are asking for trouble. At the same time, multiple carriages were waiting in a quiet manner. In an elegant little building in the garden, 2 maids were serving a man who looked to be at most in his 50s to groom and wash up. One attendant put a towel soaked in ointment on the man's face and gently rubbed it. The other attendant was using an agarwood comb to gently comb his black hair. This man was unusually patient as he waited for the heat from the towel to seep into his skin. When the towel cooled and the attendant changed it to a clean towel to help him clean his face and fix his sideburns, he asked the middle-aged man who had been bowing at the door. Shui Wangshu said he was leaving but hasn't left yet. The middle-aged man waiting at the door did not show any dissatisfaction and answered clearly and quickly, he does not appear to be leaving. He really wants to wait for me. Shui Wangshu can disregard his life, but I, Feng Chenjue, have a great family and business. Why should I lower myself to stand at the same place as him? When I appeared, I told him not to appear. This man enjoying the clothing of the 2 attendants was naturally the master of the Feng family, the most beloved of Jushan district, Feng Chenjue. After saying this, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, but to prevent accidents, have 8th mistress come as well. But do not arrange a seat for her, just wait with you. The dance troupe was almost at the Zheng's kitchen god temple. Follow me. Seeing that it was about time, Shui Wangshu brushed off the peanut shells that had fallen off his body. He looked at Ding Ning, who had no interest in the 3rd plate of salted peanuts, and then stood up. Most of the people had moved with the dance troupe, so the streets around the inn were deserted. Yet Shui Wangshu was at the front. Ding Ning followed Shui Wangshu a dozen steps when dozens of men in grey robes walked out of the surrounding streets. Metal reflections also lit up on the roofs in all directions. A dark-skinned but thin and powerful man walked warily in front of Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning. He wanted to speak, but before he could, Shui Wangshu looked coolly at him. He felt the other's gaze hit his mind like 2 giant hammers. His legs couldn't help but go soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Your Feng family doesn't have many capable people. Unless Feng Chenjue comes in person, no one can stop me. Shui Wangshu said disinterestedly. With a puff, the dark-skinned thin and powerful man spat out a mouthful of blood. He bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to clear his mind. We can't stop you, but we can die. The dark-skinned man showed no fear. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He pulled out a short sword and pointed it at his throat. He sneered. If word gets out, Shui, you will start a massacre here for a personal grudge. After a pause, the man looked at Shui Wangshu and said coldly, I know Shui's cultivation is high, but I'm afraid you won't be able to stop many of us from committing suicide. Also, I can remind Shui that we are all Zheng people. Even if Shui does not fear Her Highness the Empress anger, if the matter becomes too big, I think White Goat Cave will pay a great price. Looking at the vicious gazes of the man and the people around him, Shui Wangshu frowned slightly. He had considered that Feng Chenjue would stop him from meeting Feng Chenjue, but he had not expected the other to use such a method. You are from the Feng family. Are you rebelling by doing this? Just as he was hesitating, Ding Ning's calm voice sounded. The dark-skinned man and the people around him who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Feng family looked in puzzlement at this Changling youth. They did not understand what Ding Ning meant. Originally, we had no interest in a temple fair like this, but yesterday, we heard your steward say that this temple fair will be different from the past. Most importantly, Her Highness the Empress painting and calligraphy will be enshrined in the Fire Virtue Hall. We are going now to see Her Highness painting and calligraphy. Ding Ning looked calmly at the people around him and said slowly and clearly, even if you do not admit it now, after you die, if they investigate in the future, they will easily find your relationship with the Feng family. We want to see Her Highness the Empress painting and calligraphy, but you will not let us go. You Zheng people are trying to stop us Qin people from seeing the Empress painting and calligraphy. The Feng family wants to rebel. You Zheng people do not want to live and want to be wiped out one by one. After saying this, Ding Ning pulled on Shui Wangshu's sleeve. He did not look at these people and continued to walk forward. Shui Wangshu looked at him with eyes full of praise. He didn't say anything else and walked straight ahead. The dark-skinned man with the short sword and the other Zheng people thought back to Ding Ning's words. Cold sweat seeped out of their skin and quickly soaked their undergarments in this cold weather. No wonder Wang Taishu is so impressed by you. Shui Wangshu turned to look at Ding Ning and said softly with a smile, "You don't just have the ability to see through the clouds. It seems that you are also skilled in using clever words and using righteousness to suppress people." Ding Ning smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "Playing politics and using principles that can decide life and death to scare people. How can the people of this wild place compare to the people of Changling?" Shui Wangshu laughed and said, "I just do not know what other tricks the Feng family has. Deal with them as they come." Ding Ning glanced at him. "I heard that the best debaters do not give the other a chance to ask questions and speak." Shui Wangshu thought about it and said, "That makes sense." The moment he spoke, a gentle wave of primal energies of the universe came out of his body. His and Ding Ning's steps did not seem any different than usual, but in the next moment, their figures were unimaginably fast. The passers-by only felt wind blow past the eaves. In the blink of an eye, they saw two faint figures disappear like clouds and cranes. Chapter 97. In front of the Fire Virtue Hall, the important people of Jushan district had arrived one after another. They sat on the two sides of the tables prepared for incense and offerings. But the front row of the two sides was still empty. Just like in the past, these seats were reserved for the old master of the Feng family and his children. In the view of most people of Jushan district could only continue to prosper if the Feng family prospered. Feng Qinghan was still young. While he was famous in Jushan district, he did not need to meddle in these matters. So after greeting the important people who had arrived, he just stood silently to the side and waited. The path was unusually crowded. The crowd was like a tide. They would only part when the procession carrying the kitchen god or dancing gods passed by, and then close again. It would take a long time for the people in the distance to squeeze to the front of the Fire Virtue Hall. Yet Feng Qinghan's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. A faint murderous intent rose on his young face. He saw a white cloud energy fly over at astounding speed from the distant eaves. In the crowd in front of the Fire Virtue Hall, some people also saw this strange phenomenon, and exclamations continuously sounded out. It was possible to see two figures in the white cloud energy. This was no different from the legendary sword immortals who rode the clouds. Feng Futang took a deep breath. As the most capable steward of the Feng family, he was naturally more cautious than Feng Qinghan. So at this moment, he did not feel anticipation like Feng Qinghan, and felt slightly uneasy. Shui Wangshu landed on the scene. Among the important people who had already sat down, there were naturally many cultivators. Yet they could all feel the vast primal energies of the universe in the cloud energy. This presence was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to their cultivation. So everyone's hearts trembled. No one dared to make a sound. The scene was completely silent. This silence spread outwards. Even the crowd around the Fire Virtue Hall quieted down and stopped making noise. Feng Qinghan naturally knew what realm this white-haired and white-bearded old man had reached. Yet he did not feel any fear, and an even colder smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His gaze fell on Ding Ning, who was standing behind Shui Wangshu. Ding Ning stood behind Shui Wangshu, as calm as ever. He sensed Feng Qinghan's malicious gaze. Although he didn't even know Feng Qinghan's identity, he had already vaguely guessed a certain possibility. He didn't even look back at Feng Qinghan. He just unconsciously shook his head. Feng Futang came forward and bowed respectfully to Shui Wangshu, saying, "Shui, why did you change your mind today and come to watch?" Shui Wangshu turned to look at Ding Ning and then at Feng Futang. He smiled faintly and said, "Yesterday, he said I was a hypocrite. Today, let's not be so hypocritical." Feng Futang's expression froze slightly. He said softly, "Today, there is an offering of the Empress painting. I fear, this is not appropriate." Shui Wangshu said calmly, "Of course, it is to liven things up for the people of Jushan district after seeing the Empress painting." Feng Futang took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "If this is the case, then Shui, please sit." Shui Wangshu said coolly, "I have sat for a long time. Standing is fine." Feng Futang was silent and respectfully retreated. Since they were no longer hypocritical, no one paid attention to Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning. The people of Jushan district who had already taken their seats saw Shui Wangshu's attitude towards Feng Futang and guessed that Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning had not come to support, but to seek revenge. Cold disdain appeared in their eyes. In their opinion, the Feng family would never be afraid of trouble. What they needed to see was how these two outsiders would end up. The kitchen god statue that had made a round sat down first. Then the dance troupe danced even harder around the kitchen god statue. All kinds of offerings were placed on the tribute table. Almost the moment the offerings were placed, the crowd outside cheered. A light carriage walked at the front. The carriage was draped with embroidered curtains and looked unusually luxurious. However, no one was sitting on it. There was only a jade tablet in the middle and a brocade scroll in the middle. A group of people followed closely behind the carriage. They were all members of the Feng family. Among them, Feng Chenjue, dressed in plain Buddhist robes, was at the front. The people on both sides of the road were extremely respectful to Feng Chenjue. Some people even knelt down along the street to pay their respects to him. Seeing such a scene, Ding Ning's expression was extremely calm, like a rock in the waves. Shui Wangshu couldn't help but shake his head. "It seems that he is very good to the Zheng people of this place," Ding Ning said in a cool tone like Zhongsun Qianxue. "If he is really good, he should have died with his other sect brothers when the army attacked the Basin Kendo ground." Shui Wangshu looked worriedly at him and said, "It is not good to know too much about the story." Ding Ning said, "Whether it is the story or the present, some truths will not change. This is why I like senior sect brother Zhong Yi and not senior sect brother Su Qin." Shui Wangshu stilled slightly and then said approvingly, "It is reasonable. Even if Zhong Yi is soft-hearted and wishy-washy, he does care for his fellow sect members. Sometimes, it is hard to say who is right or wrong, but first, we have to talk about integrity." Feng Chenjue walked to the front of the incense table. In this process, he didn't even look at Shui Wangshu. Amidst the respectful shouts of the surrounding mountain people, he didn't show any arrogance and maintained absolute humility. It was as though the carriage in front of him was not just the painting of the Empress, but the Empress herself. He was the first to light the incense and then started to speak. Unlike previous years, the focus of his words was naturally on the painting of the Empress. He spoke of how generous the Empress was and how she cared for the people of Jushan district. Today, for the annual Kitchen God Temple Festival, the Empress had personally drawn an auspicious painting to pray for all the people of Jushan district. Hearing these words, the words "Your Highness" and "Your Highness" kept ringing in his ears. A layer of coldness slowly rose on Ding Ning's calm face with his head bowed. He thought disdainfully inside, but did not say it out loud to avoid Shui Wangshu's worry. If the noblest woman of the Qin dynasty was so generous and cared for the Zheng people, why had she not spoken when the Zheng had been destroyed and countless Zheng people had died in labor and migration? In that time, she had been even colder than many Qin people because she did not want people to associate her with the Zheng people. If this was a hint of repentance and compensation for her past coldness, when she thought of the many other things in the past, when she thought of those excessive coldness, would she feel a hint of repentance? The temple festival quickly entered its climax. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the people of Jushan district, Feng Chenjue solemnly bowed to the painting scroll. Then he took out the painting scroll, walked in front of the statue of the kitchen god, and untied the golden threads binding the painting scroll. All the noise quickly disappeared and the scene quickly quieted. Everyone wanted to see what was in the painting that the Empress had personally drawn. Ding Ning also wanted to know. So he took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. Feng Chenjue's hands were unusually steady as the painting slowly unfurled in his hands. Sounds of disbelief sounded. Many people of Jushan district trembled in terror. Some were even about to cry. Because the painting that Feng Chenjue had unfurled was completely blank. It was an unusual kind of white that gave off an indescribable coldness that caused people to think of bitter and cold snow. The Empress had given a painting, Yet there was nothing on the painting except a patch of white and bitter coldness. What did this mean? Had Jushan district done something wrong and the Empress was using this painting to express some kind of warning? However, at this moment, most people's eyes involuntarily widened. A majestic aura suddenly flowed out from the cold and empty picture scroll. Only cultivators could sense that many paths of primal energies of the universe had suddenly appeared in the world in front of the scroll. Those were seal lines formed by consciousness. Threads of red seeped out of the blank painting. Bright red appeared in the bitter and cold snow. Then everyone saw that this was a red plum blossom in full bloom. The moment this red plum blossom completely appeared on the painting, threads of true red fire energy appeared in the air ahead. They slowly rose and formed red flowers in the air. These flowers caused the air around the Fire Virtue Hall to warm up. The bitter cold is gone, the red plum blossoms. This is the sweetness after bitterness. Someone in the crowd shouted out such words. The terror and bewilderment of the people of Jushan district disappeared. Looking at the flowers formed from true fire energy, their eyes were filled with awe and gratefulness. This kind of scene, this kind of majesty, was a true miracle to them. The Empress cultivation is higher than mine. Sensing the invisible seal lines and the gentle primal energies of the universe in the air, Shui Wangshu said solemnly and respectfully, I fear that she is just one step away from Realm 8. Ding Ning's face was slightly pale. Reflected by the bright red flowers, his face looked a bit sickly red. At this time, Feng Qianjua's gaze finally landed on Shui Wangshu. At this age, what else could he not understand? Did he still want to be angry after seeing a painting like this? He could not understand Shui Wangshu's thoughts and couldn't help but shake his head. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.